Last Chance, Book 4 in the Garden series, a sweet, small town second chance romance by Heather Tullis.
Chapter 1. Nick Belmont had ditched the Chinese takeout he had planned to order and stood instead on his boss's front porch on a Friday night. Bryant Huxley, of Huxley Cosmetics, never worried about presuming on his position as CEO. The fact that he was the father of the woman Nick had almost married 4 years earlier didn't help. Despite the fact that Channing had run off, ending their engagement nearly 4 years earlier, and devastating Nick in the process, he had been in the Huxley home several times for social occasions, one of the questionable perks of working for her father. Usually it was for a large dinner party, which Clarissa Huxley was famous for, but tonight it would only be the three of them, which was a little worrisome. Why would they need a private meal with Nick? The house's Doric columns lining the front of the white two-story structure looked as imposing and pretentious as their owners, especially since the front walk was flanked with two white lion statues. Nick could imagine how they would freak out trick-or-treaters at Halloween if they hadn't been familiar with the house before. He pressed the doorbell and heard a loud gonging inside, announcing his arrival. The Huxleys didn't do anything in a small way. It was kind of strange that with all of the other household staff and formality at the Huxleys' house, that Clarissa hadn't insisted on a maid or butler to open her doors instead of deigning to answer it herself. But there she was greeting him in her slinky white dress. "Nicholas, it's been far too long since we had you over. I hope you're doing well? Bryant has mentioned how happy he is with the work you've been doing." Clarissa had never lacked for conversation, and may even have preferred to be the one providing nearly all of it. In that and several other ways, she and Nick's mother were cut from the same cloth. Nick crossed with her through the spacious foyer and into the parlor, where Bryant was already shaking a drink in the stainless steel container. "Nick, my boy, how are things going for you with the latest contract?" "Very nicely, thanks. I have a little fine-tuning to do on the one for Walmart, but it should go back to them on Monday. How are you, sir?" "Wonderful. I knew you were the man for the job." He poured the clear drink into a glass and added an olive. "He always has been." Clarissa came in behind him and looped her arm around his, her flowery perfume wafting up to surround them both. "Would you like an aperitif?" "Thanks, but just club soda for me. I'll be returning to that contract when I get home." Nick had learned long before that he didn't handle alcohol well and intended being on his best behavior in his boss's home. "Take a seat." Bryant settled on the buttery brown leather sofa across from the wingback chair that Nick chose and took a sip of his martini. "Now tell me about this contract." Clarissa put up with the shop talk for nearly 10 minutes before shifting the discussion to how Nick's family was doing. She'd never had much patience for business discussion. "Mom is well. She's busy, with the fundraiser for the Boston Center for the Arts." It had always been her favorite of the several committees she was involved with. "Yes," she said, "it was taking up all of her time. She's such an asset to them. And you, what have you been up to? Dating anyone right now?" And they were back to that topic. Clarissa liked to keep an eye on Nick, to know what was going on with his social life, as if she expected the daughter who rejected him would suddenly realize her mistake and come hurrying back to beg his forgiveness, as though it happened only last week. She never said anything negative to him if he happened to be seeing someone when she asked, but when he took any young woman to social events, Clarissa always slighted her, treating her like dirt, as if his date had ruined things for Channing and Nick. Channing hadn't needed another woman as an excuse to cut him out of her life. "I haven't had time to date lately. Work is keeping me very busy right now. Maybe after the rush to finish contracts for the Christmas season is over, I'll have more time for a social life." "Of course, it must be very lonely in your apartment, all by yourself every night." Her expression was sad, even sympathetic, but the light in her eyes said otherwise. "It can be quiet, but it's easier to be productive without distractions." Not that he wouldn't welcome a distraction of the female kind. Heaven knew it had been too long since he'd met anyone he really connected with. "Of course." The cook came to the doorway and silently signaled to Clarissa. "It looks like dinner is ready." Clarissa stood smoothly, gliding ahead of the men into the dining room, and came to a stop beside her chair at one end of the long dining table, waiting for her husband to help her with it. Once the Cobb salad was set in front of them, Clarissa picked up the subject again. I'm glad to hear that you're not involved with someone, as that could make your next assignment rather complicated. Nick paused before lifting the fork to his mouth, suddenly wary. Why? What she means, Bryant elaborated, is that we would like your help with a special project, which will require you to be away for a little while. But if anyone can get it done, it's you, Nicholas. We know you're up for anything, right? Nick didn't like the direction this was going. What do you need? Clarissa sighed heavily. It's Channing. He stopped any pretense of eating, really not liking the vibe he was receiving. What about her? She's settling in, building a house, planting trees, planning to get goats, believe it or not, though I had to ask my source to make sure that hadn't been a typo. And she started seeing someone who is almost suitable for a change. Not the best family, but a good one. Respectable job, even if it is several rungs below what she deserves. I'm afraid she's going to stay in Kansas instead of coming home. Nick felt his heart squeeze in pain at the thought of Channing finding another man to make a life with. Why was it that even after 4 years, he hadn't been able to stop caring about her? He was pleased that his voice sounded unaffected when he spoke again. What do you expect me to do about it? She's apparently happy. Without him, she'll listen to you. She's had 4 years to get this rebellious phase out of her system, and it's time she came home and did her duty. Time she married you. Clarissa touched his arm as though she were offering comfort instead of causing pain, like he would trust her after the agony she had put him through. Look, Mrs. Huxley. Now, Nicholas, I know the past is the past, Bryant interrupted, but we all know she really ran away from her responsibilities in the company, not from you. Clarissa and I have tried to convince her to come home, but what she really needs is someone her age, someone with powers of persuasion to show her that what she needs is here, not in that backwater town, and we know she loved you. If you had just gone after her when she first ran, she would have come right home to marry you as planned. We'll provide you with travel expenses, and you can continue your work in Crystal Creek. There's a company in Kansas City with whom I'd like you to pound out a contract since you'll be in the area anyway. You just need to remind Channing of all of the good things she's missing by living there. We wanted to get that out of the way so we could enjoy dinner. We can talk about it more afterward while we have our dessert. Clarissa shot him a smile that said she expected him to capitulate. It wasn't as if Nick hadn't tried to find chance in those first few months, but she had gone off grid, literally. By the time she had resurfaced again, he had moved on. He did want to see his chance again, except that she wasn't his anymore and hadn't been for far too long. It was a ridiculous idea, him chasing after her, trying to convince her to come back. He knew it wouldn't work. She was as headstrong as anyone. Besides, she had left him with nothing but a note to explain when she broke off their engagement. She hadn't even had the decency to tell him to his face. He wouldn't do it. He could tell them no. It wasn't as if his job as a corporate attorney included retrieving rebellious grown women. Unfortunately, bringing up their plans before dinner meant that Nick was a terrible conversationalist, having to force his attention back to the discussion over and over when it slid to Channing again, or as she now called herself, Comfrey, goats, and farming. When she remade herself, she went all out. Fortunately for him, Clarissa had always been capable of carrying a conversation single-handedly, and tonight was no exception, so he needed to do little more than nod or make noises of agreement. By the time dinner was over, he realized they weren't going to give him a choice. Bryant was his boss, and he was more or less ordering him to Kansas City. He hadn't put it in so many words yet, but he would if forced to. That was how Bryant operated. Nick could fight it and lose, or he could negotiate, and they would all win, theoretically. The question was where to start the negotiations. He wasn't an attorney for nothing. When the three of them took their dessert and coffee in the parlor after dinner, Nick was ready for Clarissa to pounce again. She didn't make him wait long. About that little project we need you to take care of. I've been thinking about it. there are a few things you need to consider. First is that Channing may decide she isn't interested in coming back under any circumstances. You said she's digging in and making a life for herself. Maybe this guy is the one for her. He managed to keep from rubbing a hand over the growing knot in his gut. Don't be ridiculous. You're the one for her. You just have to make her see it. Clarissa dismissed the possibility as easily as she might toss a pair of Jimmy Choos that had an uncorrectable scuff. And that brings up the second issue. I'm not even sure if I want to be the one for her anymore. It's been a long time, and we may not be a good fit now. Either one of us may decide after spending a little time together that our dreams no longer mesh the way they once seemed to. That's silly. We could all see how perfect you were for each other from the first date. Nick had thought so too. He would have made any concession she needed to make the marriage work, until she had left him without a qualm. Thirdly, nothing here has really changed. You want her to step right back into life the way she left it. But if the things that made her leave in the first place are exactly the same now, there's no reason for her to return. What do you mean? Clarissa looked genuinely confused. The woman could be dense when it suited her. I'm just saying that getting her back may require some changes on your side as well as hers. But even if you're willing to make them, there's no reason to believe that she'd be happy to leave the life she's been building for herself. Just bring her home, Nicholas. Clarissa had never used the shortened version of his name, not once in the years they had known each other. She was going to be just as stubborn about what she wanted this time as well, he could tell. We understand that you might not be the miracle worker we need, Bryant said. But then, I may decide you aren't the attorney I need on staff either. How Nick hated being backed into a corner like this. I'll do what I can. Famous last words.
Chapter 2. Comfrey dug her hands into the thick soil and filtered it through her fingers. They were picking potatoes in the community garden, and she had volunteered to dig through the soft, raised bed. This was her happy place, with the hot July breeze blowing on her face and the sound of children laughing on the playground equipment at the school across the street, even though school had been out for over a month. Mina and Deirdre, two of the women she had been teaching gardening classes to at the women's shelter, were weeding their own beds and chatting across from each other while their kids played close by. Comfrey loved working with the women and was thrilled with how close they had become. These two and three others regularly met together to help each other out with projects and to swap babysitting. Not that she had anything to do with that. She just felt blessed to be included as one of their friends. "How's it coming over here?" Red-headed Piper asked as she stopped by to see the progress. "Could you use a hand? I'm nearly done here." Comfrey used the hand trowel to turn over one last bit of dirt. "It's a pretty nice haul. I think there are plenty to share around for our dinners tonight, and the rest can go to the food pantry." "Perfect. The boys are nearly finished pulling the beans." Comfrey looked over at Reese, Piper's fiancé, who was working with his best friend Tony. Tony glanced up and caught her gaze, winking her direction. She winked back. Things had definitely been getting interesting between them since she had bought him at the bachelor auction a couple of weeks earlier, and she couldn't wait for their date the next night. Tony stood and rubbed his hands together to remove the dirt, moving in her direction. She loved the way the smudges of dirt on his face made him look more manly, and she enjoyed the fit of the snug orange t-shirt over his abs. Usually he was all starched and pressed in his office attire, which she liked as well, but this ruffled version of him was ever more enticing. "You look like you've gotten some sun." He tapped her nose, which she'd noticed earlier had turned pink, a casualty of fencing my property. For the past few weeks, she had been working during her free hours to put a perimeter fence on her future permaculture paradise. "Do you need another set of hands?" It wasn't the first time he'd offered, and it probably wouldn't be the last time she would turn him down. "Thanks, but I've got it." He leaned down a few inches so their eyes would be on the same level. "There's nothing wrong with allowing other people to help sometimes." "I know." But she didn't want to share the work with anyone right now. This was her dream, and she had thought it out from the tiniest detail starting years before she even found the property she was going to build and settle on. Strangely, she wanted to do as much of it herself as possible, to make it hers and hers alone. She had broken from the bonds of the life her parents had wanted for her 4 years earlier, but this was something she was building that wasn't about them, or rebellion, or in any way connected to her former life. It was just her, creating the life she wanted to live. And for this part at least, she wanted to have it all to herself. She wasn't ready to let someone she was dating help her with it. Somewhere in her mind, she had the fear that if she let someone new help with something this basic, it would no longer be truly hers. And though she enjoyed spending time with Tony, she wasn't sure she was ready for that. Okay, she had control issues, but she would be able to start building in a few weeks. She just needed to get a few people in the county to sign off on everything so she could break ground. I have to take off. Mom's having a barbecue. He tucked his hands in the back pockets of his jeans. On a Monday night? There's no such thing as a bad time for a party, though she'd probably prefer that I shower and change first. Comfrey scanned him from his short, spiky brown hair, brown eyes, and all the way down to the beat-up tennis shoes he wore when he was working in the garden, and pumped her eyebrows. I wouldn't. You look pretty great just the way you are. He chuckled and twined their fingers together. We still on for dinner tomorrow? You bet. I promise to be ready for you, wearing a little less dirt at 6. He leaned over and brushed a quick kiss over her lips. It was pleasant and friendly, but with tingly undertones, the perfect metaphor for their relationship. Tony called to Piper that he was going and waved to a few people who looked up, then sauntered over to his Audi and slid inside. Seriously, you can't take your eyes off him. I thought you two were just friends. Adeline joined the others in the garden, though she was still wearing a perfectly pressed designer linen suit in power red. It suited her down to the ground. Comfrey had to applaud Adeline's flawless taste, which she recognized, though she no longer wore outfits like them anymore. And she didn't miss it. She didn't. Tony's great. We are friends. But that doesn't mean we can't be more. Maybe. She made herself stay focused on Adeline, but it wasn't easy. Go, Comfrey. They grinned at each other. You finished up at work already? It's not even 7 o'clock. I don't always work 2 hours past the close of the city offices. I just have extra work once in a while. Adeline fluffed her bangs, which had started to stick to her glistening forehead. The day was hot and muggy as usual, but she still looked perfect. It was a little disgusting. You practically always have extra work. Adeline shrugged. I like my job. Anyway, I have to meet Jason to go over some preparation for the weddings. How about you? Anything interesting going on tonight? Just heading back out to put up more fence, and I need to clear some weeds around the tree seedlings. Fun for you. This and the garden at Jason's place is all the dirt I want to deal with. Adeline gestured toward the garden beds, which she had spent many hours helping them create, plant, and weed already that summer. It takes all kinds, Comfrey teased. No doubt. Have a good night. You too, Comfrey said in a sing-song voice. Tell Jason hi for me. She waggled her brows at Adeline, who chose to ignore her. Comfrey returned to her garden bed, smoothing back the dirt she had just overturned. She picked up the basket, brimming over with potatoes. It looked like things were winding down. Time to get back out to her own place. 2 days later, Comfrey was sitting with the girls in a booth at Daquan's Chinese restaurant. She had spent the morning working on the farm, but the heat and humidity had driven her inside for a shower 2 hours earlier. The temperatures had soared to nearly 100 degrees, which was brutal in thick humidity. Piper pulled the wrapper off her straw and slid the straw into the Diet Coke in front of her, while Comfrey sipped on her water. Did you get out to the farm yesterday? Maddie asked. Felicia has been asking me to take her out sometime. There's not much to see yet, but I think I'll finish with the main fence tomorrow, and then I'll be able to bring in some goats, and maybe sheep. The people she was buying the goats from had a pair of sheep for sale, and Comfrey had been seriously tempted, even though sheep hadn't been in her original plans. Not yet, anyway. I thought you were going to use electric net, Piper said. Yeah, but goats, well, I understand they don't really like rules, so having a backup fence to at least keep them on the property in case they get out is important. Her phone beeped and she glanced at the screen. There was a text message from her mother. Channing, I have a surprise coming your way. If it doesn't convince you, nothing will. That was ominous. Her mother's surprises were rarely the kind Comfrey wanted to receive, and Clarissa had been trying to convince her daughter to return to the right kind of society since she had left Boston 4 years earlier. Who's Channing? Piper asked, looking over her shoulder. Comfrey put the phone back in her pocket. That would be me. Nu-ah. I thought for sure your real name must be horrible, the way you keep it a big secret. Maddie eyed her dubiously. Ask Adeline. She's right. Channing Sophronia Huxley. Adeline had processed her business license, so she had known the truth all along, though she had respected Comfrey's right to stick to her chosen nickname instead. What? The surprised laughter in Maddie's voice said it all. Comfrey winced. Did Adeline really have to mention the middle name too? That's why I go by Comfrey. I don't know. Channing is really pretty. Sophronia is pretty too, even if it is a little... Piper trailed off. Blue-blooded, stuffy, old-fashioned, Comfrey filled in. Piper, always the peacemaker, looked uncomfortable as she admitted. Yeah, I suppose. It is a family name, right? Adeline asked. Yes, my mother's grandmother, who was named after her grandmother, or great-grandmother, or great-great, or maybe both, I can't keep track. Still, it's pretty. You shouldn't be embarrassed, Piper insisted. It's not so much embarrassment, Comfrey said, as a name that fit who I used to be, but I'm not that girl anymore. Comfrey fits me better. No reason why you can't be who you are and still keep the reminder of how you got here. Sometimes we can't really figure out who we are if we turn our backs on our past. Piper waggled her eyebrows. Sometimes going back in time a little can be very interesting, says the happy bride-to-be. But you and Reese are perfect for each other. You just got a little lost along the way. I say the past is the past, and good riddance. Not that there hadn't been a few things she missed about her A-list life, but she had made a clear decision on her own to get to where she was now. It looks like your mom has something planned. Any thoughts? Piper asked. It could be almost anything. She's been trying to convince me to move back to Boston for years. You should have seen her reaction when she dropped by last year and got a load of my living room sofa. She asked if I had run through my trust fund and had to live like a peasant, or maybe that was only implied. Her mom was exceptionally skilled at subtext. Sounds like you won't have to wait very long to find out what she's going to do next. It could be interesting, Piper said. There's nothing she can possibly do that will surprise me anymore. Chapter 3. Comfrey was coming in from a long day of pulling fence. Her muscles had been begging for her to quit nearly an hour ago, and she wondered if she would ever get her core temperature back to normal. The humidity was really getting to her, but she had finished the fence. Finally, that was good. Since she was supposed to pick up the goats in 3 days, and still needed to get their shelter set up in case of a storm, which she would do before picking them up in a couple days. It was all coming together. Now, she just needed about a gallon of chilled sun tea, a cool shower, and 2 hours of sitting under the air conditioner. Coming through the back door of her cottage in town, she tossed her car keys in her shoulder bag and looked up in surprise when the doorbell rang. She wasn't expecting anyone. She brushed the hair back from her sticky face and headed for the door. Comfrey figured it must be the FedEx guy or something. This was about the time he usually made deliveries, and her mom did say she was sending something. She paused in the act of greeting the visitor when she saw Nicholas Belmont standing on the other side of the door. He looked entirely too well put together for the heat in his crisp green button-up shirt and tan dress pants. But then he had always managed to look cool and collected no matter what was going on. Nick? Her heartbeat slowed, but pounded so loudly in her chest that she could almost hear it. He shot her his most charming grin. Hey, Chance. Long time no see. She realized her mouth was hanging slightly open and closed it. Yeah, long time. What brought you to my doorstep? She desperately wished she could look and sound as cool and relaxed as he did. Instead, her two-toned hair was falling out of a messy bun. Her boots were scuffed and muddy from working that day, and she wore some of her scrubbiest clothes. No doubt she positively reeked after 6 hours in the heat. Perfect, because every woman wanted to run into her ex-fiancé looking like she had just run 10 miles. In combat boots, with wolves nipping at her heels. Your mom said she told you I was coming. It took her a moment to realize he was what Clarissa had meant by the vague text message the previous day. Seeing Nick on her doorstep had fuddled her brain. Ah, that was the cryptic comment. Not much on the heads up, then? He asked. You know how my mother enjoys her surprises. Comfrey wished Clarissa had been a little more forthcoming this time. And that Nick had called first. Surely her mother had given him Comfrey's number if she'd given him this address. Don't I just? He peered through the doorway at her living room. Are you going to invite me in? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I just got in. I've been working outside for most of the day. Comfrey shifted out of the way to make room for him to enter her cozy cottage. She remembered the disdain her mother had shown for it and wondered what Nick would think. Not that she cared what anyone from her old life thought, but he had always been less snobby than everyone else. No problem. He stepped in as she moved away and checked out her place more closely. I always like to make you blush. You just come that way in advance this time. Lucky me. She still couldn't wrap her head around him being there, but that could be the heat stroke interfering with her brain power. It couldn't be him and his always compelling persona. She was over him. Long over. Nick smiled. Clarissa didn't do this place justice. It's cozy and totally you. Her eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? You never knew this side of me. He turned to look at her. Oh, Chance, you only think you suddenly made an about face. Stop calling me that. I go by Comfrey now. I heard. I can't promise not to slip, but I'll try. Great. What brings you to town? It took all Comfrey's self-control to keep from wrapping her arms protectively around her waist. She wasn't insecure anymore, not even with Nick, and she refused to act like she was. Work. What do you have planned tonight? We should grab some dinner and catch up. I'm vegan now. I know a great place with an all-tofu menu. She kept her face perfectly bland and felt some pleasure when he blanched. He was a total carnivore, so the lie was maybe a tad more cruel than necessary, but he had popped in without notice, so she didn't feel too bad. Unfortunately, I have plans tonight. I'm booked for the next several nights. I'm sorry I won't be able to see you while you're in town. What do you have going on tonight? He took her fingers in his, holding her hand lightly in the way of his that implied intimacy without being creepy. It had always weakened her from the very first date. But she wasn't going to give in this time. Giving him up the first time had been too hard to do it again. She wanted to say her plans were a date with her new boyfriend, but despite the very nice kissing she and Tony had enjoyed a couple nights ago, they hadn't made plans for the fair that night. She had never been big on lying, so she told him the truth. I'm going to the Crystal Creek Founders Day Fair, which actually runs 3 days now. Several of my friends are involved in events or have booths tonight. His smile widened. Great, I'd love to join you. We might as well eat as long as we're out. What time should I pick you up? Well, the vegan place is over on State Line, which is a little out of the way. A muscle in his cheek twitched at her mention of the vegan restaurant again. Whatever you want. Give me a time to swing back for you. She decided to have pity on him. He was really willing to take her to a tofu place, even though she knew he hated the stuff with a burning passion. His selflessness was one of the many things she'd loved about him before. I think we can probably survive with Haus von Schatzi tonight. It's a great German place that's between here and the fairgrounds. I need a long, long shower first, though. Come back for me at 6. His smile softened into something far more natural. Got it. It's great to see you again, Chance. Comfrey? Yeah. She didn't say she was glad to see him, because honestly, she wasn't sure she was glad. She wasn't even sure why she had told him she would go out with him that night, instead of telling him to get lost. Except she owed him a huge apology and a better explanation for dumping him like she had 4 years ago. He deserved more from her. The real question was why he was being nice when he was entitled to be bitter and hate her guts. Why would he intentionally seek her out if he was angry about their past, though? The fact that he was still better looking than Matt Dillon and sweeter than the honey she planned to collect from her bees in a few weeks would make this visit difficult, but he couldn't be staying more than a few days. She would live through it, and maybe they would both be able to close that chapter for good. As she went through the motions of getting ready to meet him, she thought back 5 years to when the matchmaker had hooked them up. Almost everything about Nick had been perfect. From his smile to his sense of humor to his height, just perfect for kissing. There was his drive for the law, ambition, which she had learned over time could be both good and bad, depending on the focus and intent. He had fit well into her social circle, and her parents totally loved him. There were times when she wondered if he was the son they had always wished they had given birth to, instead of to her. She thought of Nick, of the way he used to make her laugh, the way he held her tight when she needed comfort, and listened when she had something to say. She thought of his goodness and his brains. They could talk about nearly any subject from golf to Kierkegaard, and their favorite movies, which were mostly the same. And the chemistry had been so right between them. He really was the man she wanted to spend forever with. Yet the longer she was in Boston, the more uncomfortable she had felt about everything else in life. And he seemed to just go with the flow, letting their parents, mostly hers, beat on them with their expectations. She had spent her whole life trying to please her parents until one day she hadn't been able to stay and deal with their expectations any longer. Breaking their engagement was the hardest choice she had ever had to make, and the one she had second-guessed more than any other before or since. Now he was here, and she wasn't sure her heart would be able to handle it.
Nick had figured that boxing chance Comfrey into letting him tag along with her at the fair would be the only way of spending the evening with her. But he hadn't expected her to let him come along. He had expected her to shut the door in his face. Not that she was entitled. He was the injured party here, but she had done nothing but shut him out since the day she left him. He had anticipated no less this time, but apparently showing up on her doorstep made a difference. Here he was, strolling along the fairway with her, vendors hawking their goods, fairgoers lined up at food trucks and stands, and apparently there was a tractor pull going on further ahead of them. Adeline said she and Jason were going to compete in the tractor pull. It's not really all that exciting for spectators, but I thought I'd swing by and see how they're doing. She had been talking more than usual, as if afraid that if she allowed a moment of silence, he would jump in and start asking her about the day she left him. Seeing her was enough to have rubbed that spot raw. He wasn't in a hurry to dig it deeper. Not yet. I've never seen one. No reason why you should have. It's not really a head-to-head type competition, more like the strongman contests, where they see who can lift the most weight. Only this time they're pulling a sled with some gizmos on it to measure distance, but still, not really thrilling. And this is how you fill your free time these days? Not that he saw anything wrong with it, though her mom definitely would have. Still, it wasn't exactly what he'd expected. This is one weekend a year, but yeah, this is more the kind of thing that I've been doing lately. It suits me more than society luncheons and dinners. Not that I've given those up completely. Her lips turned up in a smile, though she didn't elaborate. You went to some charity auction earlier this summer, didn't you? Your mom showed me your picture. You looked lovely as ever. Even lovelier than when she had been just out of college. Yes, well, that was an interesting event. She slid a lock of her hair, which was blonde on top and black underneath, back behind her ear, and glanced down the fairway. Oh, look, there's Adeline coming now with tonight's flavor. Would that be Jason? Oh no, Jason's the one she belongs with. That's Daniel and his son Ralphie. Daniel's a local bank loan officer. Adeline decided it was time to start dating, but she's totally oblivious about who she should be with. Nick didn't want to touch that one. Women and their romantic ideas made no sense to him, and she was one to talk about obliviousness. Thankfully, the woman waved, and the trio joined them. Hi, Comfrey. I know you talked with Daniel on the phone, but I thought you might like to meet in person, since you're here anyway, Adeline said to Comfrey, but gave Nick a significant glance. Comfrey greeted the man with a handshake before turning to introduce them to Nick. Nick, let me introduce you to Adeline Shaw and Daniel Ott. Adeline, this is Nick, an old friend from home. He's in the area for work for a few days and dropped in to say hi. It's great to meet you. She didn't say she had an old friend coming to visit, Adeline said. Nick wondered if she knew about his past with Comfrey, or if it was just seeing her with someone new. Did she know about the other guy? Was the other guy here tonight? He decided it was time to make a move, even if it would annoy Chance a little. I kind of sprung it on her at the last minute. Chance and I are getting married. Comfrey shot him a glare and quashed that. We're not engaged anymore. We broke up 4 years ago. You never talked to me about it before you ran away. Maybe he should have been more diplomatic about that, but it was an apt description. Adeline studied them both. Her name isn't Chance. Comfrey is just a name she chose for herself. It's not her real name either, he pointed out. A smile touched Adeline's mouth. I know, I processed her business license. It's a long story. Nick pulled Comfrey close, trying not to notice that she still fit perfectly in his arms. I like long stories. Still, if Adeline was the type to pry, she seemed satisfied to get it from Comfrey another time since she changed the subject. They talked for a few minutes before continuing on alone. He wasn't sure if the torture of keeping his resentment hidden and making nice was going to pay off. It was good to see her, and terrible all at once. It had been easier, in many ways, for her to be away from Boston. Did he really want to run into her at social events for the rest of his life if he succeeded in bringing her back? Or would seeing her often dull the pain over time? He just wished Chance didn't look so great in her jeans and tee. He had thought he was totally over what had once been between them, but she was still beautiful, so it wasn't surprising that he felt a tug in his belly, was it? You never did tell me what brought you to Kansas City. Are you working on a new contract for Dad? Partly. Mostly I'm scoping out a project he wanted me to look into for him. I'll do some tweaking on another contract on my downtime. Right, top secret until the deal is made. I get it. She looked annoyed at his refusal to give a direct answer, though. How long do you expect to be here? A week or two, maybe a little more. It depends on how the project goes. You'll have to show me the local sites and tell me where to get the best food. I understand barbecue is a big deal here. So it is. Sweet and tangy are the key words. She wouldn't be distracted, though. It must be a big project if you don't know how long you'll be in town. It's a complicated one that requires some finessing. He had to change the subject ASAP. What are those? He pointed to a row of small engines. Just what they look like. But why? Who knows? Think of it as the farming version of a car show. Don't question the reason for the tractor engine display. Just enjoy the local color. Local color, that's definitely something they've got in spades. Or are the spades over on the next row? She bumped him with her shoulder. Quit being a snob. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be one. I just find it unique. Your mom would lose her mind. They shared a grin. And that's why she isn't the one living in Crystal Creek. Look, can we not talk about my parents? I get that they aren't happy about my decisions. I understand that they wanted something different for me, but I'm happy here, living my life on my terms. I know, and that was going to make pleasing Bryant about 100 times harder. Nick was surprised when Chance dragged him over to a trio of vendor tables. The first displayed soap. Yep, handmade soaps in every color and scent imaginable. She bought 6 and discussed a custom order she had apparently made a few weeks earlier. They continued to the next table, where there was a display of handmade jewelry, and a third with hand-spun wool yarn and knit toys, blankets, and baby booties, plus a selection of beautiful hand-felted scarves which Chance lingered over. She eventually bought 4. She could say that she had left the old Channing Huxley behind, but she still liked to shop as much as ever. Chance bought something at each of the tables, introducing him as they went along. Was there anyone here she didn't know? At the end of the row was a photographer who had set up a backdrop and was doing photo sessions on the spot, as well as scheduling future photo shoots. He looked over the work she had displayed and was impressed. Chance greeted the woman named Andrea and waved at her, but continued on past since the woman seemed busy with a couple at the moment. How do you know all of those women? Nick asked when they had moved to the food vendors. They are in a class I coordinate and sometimes teach every week. What kind of class? It started out with self-reliance classes and teaching them different skills, moved to gardening late last winter before the community garden opened, and has been shifting into business topics lately. Other people in the community offer classes and activities for them as well. One of the local builders does furniture restoration classes. They're amazing women who've been through some rough situations. Come on, I'm craving a funnel cake. After everything we ate for dinner, the sweet tooth is still there. What else is the same about you? Comfrey shot him a mysterious smile. You'll never have enough time here to figure them all out. She was right, which was probably the only thing that would save him from completely falling for her all over again.
Chapter 4. After double-checking the paperwork for her building permit to make sure everything was ready to go the next morning, Comfrey headed first to Ben's house to borrow his truck. She couldn't get the goats in the back of her car, so she was grateful Maddie's fiancé was willing to let her borrow it. Again, though she had considered buying a truck for use on the farm, she hadn't needed one often enough to justify the expense. Not when she had a house to build and other infrastructure to put in place still. Having friends who could hook her up for the day was really nice. Ben had already left for work for the day, so his police cruiser was missing, but she found the key to the truck under the pot in the little shed out back, just like she had before. First stop, dropping off the building paperwork for her house at the county offices, and then she would head to a nearby farm to get her goats, and maybe those sheep she had been looking at last time she was out there. Bennett had indicated she needed another source for wool for her felting projects, and Comfrey wouldn't mind increasing her own weaving and felting skills. She would leave the chickens until after she had a coop built. There came a time in everyone's life when they had to take things one smaller step at a time than they would like. But a coop was coming as soon as the walls of the house started going up. After getting turned around in the county building, Comfrey found the building and planning department and dropped off the paperwork. She slid onto the worn seat in the truck cab 10 minutes later with excitement. She could hardly believe it was really happening. The half-hour drive out to the farm where she was getting the goats seemed to go by in no time, and before she knew it, she had arrived at her destination. Janice, a middle-aged woman with wispy blonde hair, came out of the house before Comfrey had even managed to circle the front of the truck. "Hi, it's good to see you. The girls are ready to go. What did you decide about the sheep?" They were wool sheep, which would feed her new felting hobby, and having a few more grazers on the property wouldn't hurt as she tried to manage the pasture that had been neglected for years. "I think I might need to visit with them again." "We can do that." Janice opened the front gate and let Comfrey in. "I sold some babies yesterday. Saddest thing, but it's for the best. I've been milking Pinky in the morning and doing kid share like you want to. It'll be easier for you to start out now that I've been milking her for a few days. She was good as can be. Brain is also doing great. The babies could be here any day." Perfect. Comfrey came to stop at the small paddock that had the 2 goats she had agreed to buy. Brain had been dried out recently to let her put all her energy into the new baby, or more likely, the babies, since Nigerians tended toward multiple births. "Hey there, girls. How are you doing?" Comfrey had visited a few different farms before deciding on this one, liking the look of the girls and the owner's animal husbandry practices. She rubbed both of the goats on their faces when they came over to greet her, no doubt looking for a treat. Several of Janice's other goats and a few sheep in the larger paddock headed for the nearby fence when they noticed the humans. "You have them trained, don't you?" Comfrey asked. "Just wait until I pull out the pail and they all come running." They walked back around the fence line to the area where the goats were. Comfrey studied the Leicester longwool sheep in the paddock, white and curly-haired. The sheep had been shorn earlier that summer, but were already starting to get some length on their coats again. They would be ready for another shearing before too long. Both would be old enough for breeding now, but she would wait and do that in late fall with the goats. If you want to use Blue Star for breeding them this fall, let me know and we'll work something out. Or there is another breeder outside Topeka with good conforming Leicester Longwools that you might consider. The breed was relatively rare, so Comfrey would definitely want to keep the bloodlines pure to help grow the breed. One of the ewes came running to the fence line, and Janice picked up a nearby pail with some feed in it and gave it a shake. Every goat and sheep within hearing came running. That one there and the one behind the black sheep are the ones I'd be willing to sell. They're both ready to breed this fall. Comfrey felt temptation tugging at her, and when the first sheep rubbed up under her outstretched hand, she was smitten. The draw was impossible to resist. 2 hours later, she was back on her own land, had filled water troughs for all the animals, checked the temporary shelter she had set up for them, and given them a treat of alfalfa pellets. Though she enjoyed interacting with the sheep and goats, her mind kept drifting back to Nick and his appearance on her doorstep. The previous night had been surreal, having him accompany her around the fair, introducing him to Adeline. His action had been more than casual in the way he touched her hand and the intimate way he brought up things they had experienced in their past. At the same time, though, he hadn't made any overt moves that suggested he thought she would fall right back in his arms or whatever it was that had brought him here. Her mother certainly seemed to think it was a lot more than just checking in on an old flame. Every time Comfrey had asked him about what he was doing or how long he would be in town, he had redirected the question or answered in that way of his that was really a non-answer. He was such an attorney. As she turned on the electric fence to keep the animals where they belonged, she reminded herself that she needed to make decisions that would get her to the future she had planned. Nick wasn't part of that future. He hadn't been since the day she called it off and left the city. As much as she had loved him, and she had loved him, even if she hadn't wanted to admit it at the time, she didn't want the kind of life they had been headed toward. This was much more her style. 6 happy animals and 1 happy human. Now, she just had to wait for her paperwork to go through so she could break ground on the house.
The paperwork should be in your inbox now if you'd like to look it over. Nick looked at the notes on the yellow pad beside his laptop. I fixed the clauses you asked about and reviewed anything that might contradict your points, but they all look good. Go ahead and look it over if you like before signing. Bryant Huxley grunted on the other end of the call. I found it. How's your other project coming? Nick frowned. I spent the evening with her on the day I arrived. Her schedule has been pretty busy, but I'm planning to see her again today. That was the main reason his shoulders had grown tight from stress. Considering how standoffish she had been at the fair, he had to wonder again why her parents thought he was the best man for the job. See that you do. You know Clarissa wants her daughter back home. You really don't want her to be disappointed. He hung up without saying goodbye. Nick tipped his head back to stare at the ceiling for a long count of 10. Seriously, he wasn't a miracle worker. Still, it had been a few days since he saw Chance last, though he'd sent more than a dozen text messages to hopefully soften her up. He needed to see her so he could work whatever magic her parents thought he had while he had a free night between contracts. Thus far, he had been able to dodge her questions about his exact reason for being there, but he knew that wouldn't last for long. If there was anything he could say about her, she was tenacious. He changed into something more casual. Being too formal with her wasn't going to do any good, and headed to her house. It was nearly dinner time, and he hoped to catch her for a meal. She was gone when he got there. He should have called ahead to see if he could meet her, but was afraid if he had, she would just make excuses again. Since he hadn't been able to catch her by surprise, he sent her a text message. Hey, gorgeous, where are you? Want to grab some dinner? He hoped she didn't insist on that vegan place this time. He could really use a steak. Comfrey. Sorry, I ate early so I could spend more time with the animals tonight. I probably won't be back for a couple hours, maybe another time. Nick frowned when he saw the text and responded, Tomorrow? I have a date. Wednesday? He was not letting her get off that easily. I'm meeting with the women's group I told you about. Adeline's banker is coming to talk about loans for women starting a small business. Well, hey, I know about business and contracts. I could come, help fill in some blanks if anyone has questions. You won't be deterred, will you? There's only so much time before I have to go home, and I really want to see you again first. Okay, so maybe that wasn't entirely forthcoming, but it wasn't a lie either. There was a long pause while he waited for an answer. Was she ignoring him, busy, or just trying to decide how to answer? He headed to brisket and noodles for dinner and was relieved when his phone alerted him of her text just as he pulled into the parking lot. Comfrey. All right, you can come. Meet me there. She included the time and address. He would have to settle for that, and then try to figure out how to loosen her up a little. He just didn't know how to do that without letting down the wall that kept his hurt at bay.
Chapter 5. Comfrey was editing her video blog post on Tuesday when Tony sent her a text message. Tony, how are your goats doing? Great. They decided to bring a couple sheep friends with them. Tony, I'd love to see them. Comfrey grinned. Tony's interest in all of the different aspects of her life was just one of the many things she liked about him. I have to go back to check on them this evening. You want to tag along after our dinner date? She had milked them 4 times now, and she thought she'd gotten the hang of it. This was Pinky's first freshening, so she was still getting used to being milked. But she had been mostly docile, munching on her grain ration while Comfrey worked on her that morning. Thank goodness that Janice had been working with her for the past several weeks. Sounds great. I'll swing by after work. Say 6-ish? Perfect. See you then. Comfrey danced with happiness in her chair before running through the vlog one more time from beginning to end. Happy with the result, she posted it to YouTube and then closed the program on her computer. Time to get that property design done for the Smiths in Lawrence. The computer hadn't even brought up their design in progress from the bowels of the hard drive when her phone rang again. Hello, Practical Permaculture. How can I help you? She tapped her fingers on the keyboard, waiting for the file to load. Hi, this is Zeke from County Planner's office. Is this Channing Huxley? That got her full attention. Yes, did the approval come through already, or did I forget to include something in the paperwork? It should have taken the better part of a week, not less than 2 business days. Neither. We can't approve your new home, mostly because it's inside Crystal Creek's city boundaries. What, are you sure? That was the first thing I checked when I looked at the paperwork this morning. The good news is that it looks like everything is complete. It shouldn't take too much work to get it ready to file with the city. Oh, all right, thanks. I'll stop by to pick up the paperwork this afternoon. Sorry. No problem. I'll have it waiting for you at the front desk. It looks like a nice plan. Good luck. Thanks. Bye. Comfrey sat back and let out a sigh. She had been sure it was outside the city limits. What a pain. Though she was tempted to minimize the window she was working on and pull up a browser to research the city's requirements, she did have a deadline for the Smiths. So she set a timer on her phone for 50 minutes for her first break. She would take a few minutes to look up her options after she got some work done. Comfrey was still working on the landscaping plans nearly 2 hours later when she heard a knock at her front door. She glanced at the display on her phone. Only a few minutes until the timer went off to remind her to stand and move around anyway. She twisted and stretched on her way to the front door, then glanced through the peephole. Nick. She opened the door and greeted him pleasantly, if not overly friendly. Apparently, he had decided he didn't want to wait for Wednesday night. Hey, what's going on? Shouldn't you be at work or in a summit meeting or something? You did say you came here to work, didn't you? Yeah, but I had a break coming. Have you eaten lunch yet? I thought maybe we could eat together. She glanced at her watch. It's almost 1:30, and you're just now asking if I want to join you for lunch? That wasn't an answer. She smiled despite herself. No, I haven't eaten. I noticed a Chipotle a few blocks away. They have local grass-fed, non-GMO, organic, blah, 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 all that stuff you like, right? And you can get something vegetarian there if you want. And I can get something that tastes like real food. Blah, blah, blah? That's how you feel about the food you put in your body? She leaned one hip against the casing and crossed her arms over her chest. Come on, Chance. I went out of my way to find someone who sells food we can both be happy with. Is there something wrong with Mexican? You used to like it. Of course, you used to like me too. She was not going to rise to that bait. Chipotle is great. I was just yanking your chain. And don't call me Chance. She stood and moved into the house. Come on in. How long do you have? An hour or so. The lunch rush should be mostly over, so we shouldn't spend too long in line. Great. Give me a minute to finish up a couple details on my project and save it. What project are you working on? He followed her through the living room and into the second bedroom that she had set up as her office. And what's with the bench in there? Is it made of clay? Yeah, it's a furnace and a bench. Very practical, and I like the way it looks. I'm working on a site design for one of my clients. She finished filling in the rest of the light green circles that represented fruit trees in their future food forest and made a note on the side. What kind of site design? You didn't really explain what you were doing out here, and your mom, well, she's not great at the details. She'd be better at it if she cared about what I was doing outside of the fact that it's not what she wants me to be doing. You can't change her any more than she could change you. She is who she is. Nick pulled up a chair and sat close enough to look over her shoulder. What are you doing here? Walk me through it. Comfrey studied him for a moment, studying his face to see if he was serious. Really? Of course. I thought you were hungry. Yeah, but I think I can wait a few minutes while you tell me about your work. This looks interesting. Comfrey hadn't expected him to care one way or the other. Confused, but willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, she turned back to her screen and described the layout of the land, a little about her clients and what they wanted to do. She pointed to a couple areas she hadn't filled in yet and indicated what she planned to put there. I spent some time reading up on this permaculture stuff since I got to town, Nick said. It sounds really interesting. A guy who grew a forest in the desert. Another dude who grows citrus in the Alps. If it actually works like they say it does, it's pretty amazing. Oh, it works. If you do it right, you just have to make the right decisions for that specific site and be open to experimenting. What are you up to these days, besides selling toxic makeup? He smiled. Hey, I'm a contract guy. It's all the same to me what the contracts are about. And the FDA has approved the makeup as safe, just like the others on the market. How about if we grab some lunch and I'll fill you in while we eat? Really? You're not going to avoid answering me yet again? I have a feeling you won't let me get out of it this time. So true. I'm starving. Chipotle was one of Comfrey's go-to restaurants when she just couldn't stand cooking for herself or eating leftovers for one more meal. She did cheat on her usual diet sometimes when she was with the girls, but most of the time, she was strict about what she put in her body. The fact that Nick had researched enough to find somewhere she would be happy to eat impressed her. He had always been like that, but she had forgotten what he was like. She had changed so much. She had expected him to have changed just as much. When they reached the front of the mercifully short line, Deirdre greeted her from behind the counter. Hi, Comfrey. Your usual? You know me. I'm the most boring person ever. Not even. It's my favorite, too. Deirdre grinned and pulled up a tortilla she had just removed from the grill, stuffed it in an aluminum tray, and added a healthy dollop of pork barbacoa. Wait, hold on. I thought you were a vegan now, Nick protested. Amusement trickled through her. It depends on where they bought the meat. I like where theirs came from. His eyes narrowed on her. I forgot you had a mean streak. She grinned up at him. I like to think of it as a playful streak. Nick pulled her close and kissed her briefly. It was over almost before it began, but it still had Comfrey's breath catching in her throat. That zip of electricity she remembered from the early days of their relationship shot through her, setting her off balance. Sorry, couldn't help myself, he said as he drew back. I thought the two of you were only supposed to be friends, Deirdre said slyly. No way, we're engaged, Nick said. We were engaged like 100 years ago. Comfrey's lips may still be tingling from the kiss, but she didn't want anyone to think this was going anywhere. And Slick here isn't going to be around long enough to really start things up again. It's only been 4 years, and technically I never accepted the ring back, so we're still engaged. She looked at him in surprise. You didn't get the ring? I put it on the front seat of your car. Yeah, lame way to try to break up with me, by the way. I didn't try. I broke up with you. I left town. I didn't tell anyone where I went for months. Why else would you have stayed away so long? I figured you needed a little space to figure out what you were looking for before I convinced you that we're still perfect together. He glanced over at Deirdre. I'll have what she's having. Obviously, it must be good. I can do that. Though Deirdre looked like she was trying to figure out what was really going on between them, she got to work on the second burrito and doused it liberally with sauce and cheese before putting it on the conveyor oven to melt. Comfrey didn't know what to think. Nick thought he was just going to waltz back in here after all this time, and she was going to change her mind about the two of them? What kind of nerve did that take? Why hadn't she sent him packing yet? She waited until they had their food and were seated at a table before giving him her patented stare. What was that all about? He sliced off a piece of his burrito. What? Paying for both of us? I did ask you to lunch after all. You know what I mean, about letting me go find myself before coming after me, as if you've thought of me twice in the past 4 years. He stopped before lifting the bite to his mouth, resting his wrists on the edge of the table and meeting her gaze. I've thought of you at least twice per day since you walked out, often more. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to piece together what was really going on here. You're not here for business, are you? Actually, I am, but we have personal business as well. She reached out and grabbed his wrist before he could eat anything. Nick, what's going on? Don't you think it's time you were straight with me? I'd be happy to fill you in when you're ready to explain to me about what happened to us. She slowly released his wrist. They would have to discuss it, but this was definitely not the time or place. I told you in the letter. His gaze lifted to hers. Chance, I'm sorry. This is a mistake. We're not suited, and I know if we get married, we'll both end up miserable, is not what I call adequate explanation. But it's true. I can't believe you know me so little. They ate in silence for a long moment while she stewed on his words. He was mistaken, though. She knew him well. So well. She had known all of his quirks and preferences. He had felt like the missing chunk of herself almost from the moment they had met. Having him here was as heart-rending as losing him in the first place. How would she say goodbye again if they finally talked it out? Look, she finally said, I'm really sorry about how I handled our breakup. It was cowardly and wrong for me to do it like that. It was wrong to do it at all. Nick, don't give me the same line about us not being suited for each other or you not being ready to get married. We loved each other. We were a perfect match. But we weren't. I was just pretending to be Channing, heir to an enormous cosmetics firm. Really, I was always Comfrey. I just didn't know how to be Comfrey then. You were happy in that life? You're a contract attorney. You run in exalted circles and enjoyed the social whirlwind. Or at least, you enjoyed it more than I did. I felt stifled. When did I ever stifle you or try to make you into something that you weren't? Comfrey fisted her hands on her lap. It wasn't that you, personally, were insisting that I be Channing. I felt like I was being crammed into a mold that didn't fit. It was understood that I would step right into my dad's company, and whatever job he wanted to give me, whether it suited my talents or not, and that socially, I would be a carbon copy of my mom. Our moms were planning the wedding, and every time I objected to something, they would roll right over me and plan it their way, regardless of my feelings. When they started planning our honeymoon, too, and talking about which neighborhood our first house should be in, I couldn't handle it anymore. We would never have been able to just be ourselves and figure out our own lives, and I couldn't do it. Realizing that her voice had grown louder with each sentence, she took a sip of her water to give herself time to get under control again. I couldn't be that girl. I needed to be me, the person I've become, Nick, not the person I was heading toward at the time. Why didn't you tell me? I did, or at least I tried. More than once I brought it up and you didn't take it seriously. Don't worry about it, Chance. Soon the wedding will be over and then we can get on with our lives. You didn't seem to realize how impossible my mom can be. He blew out a quick breath. I know now. What? Never mind. I just wish you had made me listen. You were far more important to me than the job. I could have switched companies. We could have moved to a new city. But I didn't want to be in the city anymore. I needed space and fresh air. You didn't understand that. Honestly, I didn't understand it all either. Not until I had some time away to figure out what I really wanted in life. I just knew that I didn't want the place we were going. How do you know I didn't understand? I knew you were far more granola than socialite. I knew we probably weren't going to stay in Boston forever. Do you really think that I look at your life now and think, where the heck did this woman come from? This isn't my chance. She's like a total alien. Because I gotta tell you, I don't feel that way. I always knew you were more this woman than you were the other one. I knew you would need space and gardens and grass-fed non-GMO yada yada, and not in that snobby, I do it because it's trendy way that some people do. Okay, I didn't imagine there would be goats, but even that isn't a total shock. It's part of the whole direction you're headed, and it makes sense. Neither of them had taken a single bite yet, too focused on the conversation. Comfrey tried not to second-guess her decision to leave him before and focused on now instead. I wish you would talk to my parents. They don't think any of this makes sense. Bryant and Clarissa are who they are. They would never be able to imagine anyone wanting anything different than what they have, especially not their daughter. You can't change who they are, which is why you changed who you are. I know, it just frustrates me, and I'm sorry that I didn't break up with you in person. I was afraid that I would let you talk me into giving it more time and that I would lose myself. Nick took her hand under the table. I would have done everything in my power to make you stay. If that had failed, I would have gone with you. He would have left everything behind and run off to the commune with her. She doubted that, but they might have found an in-between place that worked okay for both of them. She doubted either of them would have been truly happy, though, and she had been happy since she had finally landed in Crystal Creek 2 years earlier, until he showed up on her doorstep. Still, she was glad to have gotten it off her chest. If you had just given me a chance to talk to you, instead of going totally off-grid for months after you left, maybe we could have worked things out. I couldn't find you, and believe me, I tried. That brought her back to needing space to get her own head clear. Had she been wrong about that? She would never know. His cell phone rang and he grimaced. Work calls. I forgot about the teleconference in 5 minutes. He looked like there were things he still wanted to say, but apparently that would have to wait. No problem. She was disappointed, but also a little relieved. He didn't seem to hate her more than before, so that was a good thing. Now she just had to use this conversation as her closure. Then maybe she could let a relationship with someone else finally get serious. Chapter 6. Wait, your property is in the city limits, not in the county? Tony looked up from the sheep he had been stroking later that evening. Yeah, well, clear out here. Who would have thought that I'd still be in the city limits? But they kind of snaked down this road. Comfrey was still reeling from the call earlier. The farm wasn't that far from the center of town, but the lots all around her were at least 10 acres. If it had been on her paperwork when she bought the land, she apparently hadn't been paying enough attention. That bugged her. She had prided herself on knowing everything about the property, from the average rainfall to the amount of water she could expect to rush down the intermittent creek out back after a major storm. She had verified the tree varieties that were already in the patch of forest that surrounded the creek bed and had checked on the depth of the pond to see if it needed to be deeper if she decided she wanted to raise fish in it someday. How on earth had she missed that the property was in the city limits? What does that mean for you? Tony looked up from where he was rubbing down Brain. I'll have to redo the paperwork for my building permit. I'm afraid the city will make me hook into their water supply instead of relying on water catchment, but the county said the building site was far enough from the water lines that it would be okay for them. So I'm crossing my fingers. Pinky, with her warm, tan-colored coat, came over and nibbled on the fringe hanging from the bottom of Comfrey's white shirt. She gave the goat a rub behind the ears and down the side of her body. "You're a good girl, aren't you?" "Do you milk twice per day?" Tony asked. "Most people do, but I've decided to do kid share, which means they will only be milked once per day in the morning. The babies will feed all day and keep the mamas milked until I separate them in the evening. That's why I have the pig panel pen over there, so I can stake them apart from the babies overnight, but close enough they can comfort each other." She had already bought a milking stand that she could easily move around the pasture as she shifted the pens around. She looked at the outline of her future house that she and the excavator had staked out the previous week. "I really hope the city will be able to approve my plans quickly so I can get to work on things here." Tony nodded, but didn't say anything for a long moment. "I heard you have a visitor in town." She managed not to wince. She was pretty sure, and her voice sounded almost casual when she responded. "Let me guess. You heard from Reese, who heard from Piper, who heard from Adeline?" "No, I stopped at Chipotle to grab dinner for Dad before coming out and Deirdre mentioned it." Yeah, I saw her there earlier. I was going to mention him to you before the night was over, hoping you wouldn't hear first from someone else." Tony shook his head. Never underestimate the speed of the Crystal Creek grapevine. "What's up with you and this guy?" "Nick?" She wasn't sure what to say, but she knew she needed to just tell him. "Nick and I were engaged once a long time ago. Apparently, he's in the area on business and asked my parents for my address so he could look me up. I had no prior knowledge about his arrival until he showed up on my doorstep last week." She put a little sprouted grain in the bucket on the milking stand and tugged at the goat's collar to urge her onto the stand. Pinky didn't need much encouragement. Once she was in place, Comfrey locked her head in and just started rubbing the goat's flank and udder. "Deirdre said he seemed pretty interested in you." "Yeah. That wasn't much of a consideration when I thought he would be home again by the end of the week. Now I have no idea how long he'll be in town. He's been cagey about the project's end." "How do you feel about his being here?" Comfrey turned away from the goat and faced him. "I really like you, and I want to see if whatever this is between us has a chance." Tony moved forward and set his hands on her hips. "I'm definitely in favor of that." "And what about him?" If he had asked before the lunch at Chipotle and the kiss, she would have easily said she wasn't at all interested, but now she had to admit that the old feelings were growing again. "He's been out of my life for a long time. He's not staying, so I'm not making plans, but I'm not going to spit in his face either. We did have some unfinished business that needed to be cleared up, but I think we're nearly through with that. I can live with that." His lips curved as they met hers in a kiss that made her toes curl. She slid her arms up around his neck, going up on her toes to fully participate in the kiss. Pinky bleated behind her several minutes later, interrupting them, and Comfrey let the goat off the stand since she had finished the fodder Comfrey had prepared for her. "Apparently she's not afraid to let me know when she's done eating," he chuckled. Apparently not. Comfrey dumped another scoop of fodder in the feeder tray for Brain to have a turn on the stand. Comfrey was glad Brain had been through this before. Brain gamely climbed on the stand when her name was called. Then Comfrey repeated her actions of touching the goat. "What are you doing that for?" Tony asked. "They still aren't quite used to me being back here, so I'm trying to get them used to having me touching them to make milking a little easier." She watched the goat's reaction to see how things were progressing. "Hopefully it'll be fine. Brain has done this before anyway." How did she get a name like that? "Come on, didn't you ever watch Animaniacs? Pinky and the Brain?" When he shook his head, she heaved a dramatic sigh. "YouTube, look it up." "I'll do that. You're an unusual woman, Comfrey." In her former life, that would have been something she tried to avoid, but not anymore. "That's a good thing, I hope. Definitely." He reeled her in and kissed her again. Comfrey loved that about Tony. He was so chill and willing to let her be herself. Nick could just go back to the city and they could put the past back into the box, only much neater this time.
Above all, Daniel, the bank loan officer, told the women as he started to wind down his presentation, "Start saving now so you can match part of the loan amount. If the bank sees that you are serious about making this new venture work, they will be much more likely to take a chance on your business. Business, like anything, requires an investment, which reminds me." He grinned and reached into his breast pocket, pulling out a small piece of paper. "I had a client come in this morning and bring me a thank you basket for helping with their loan. It included this lotto ticket." He waved it for them to see. "Apparently, this is his idea of a good investment. You'd be better off putting the money under a mattress than investing in the lottery. You ladies are welcome to any winnings that come from it." Daniel set it on the table and moved on. Nick had to agree about the futility of lotto tickets, though he was sure the women in the room didn't appreciate the condescending tone Daniel had used. Despite that, he was satisfied with the information Daniel had presented to the class, and happy that chance had actually brought him with her. He was curious about the different parts of her life. She hadn't been very forthcoming since he had arrived. He was still trying to figure out why he had kissed her at lunch the previous day. It had been totally spur of the moment, an automatic reaction to the spurt of joy he'd felt at realizing that she was very much the same woman he had lost. He'd been even more pleased to realize that the chemistry between them was still there. The kiss may have been brief, but he was looking forward to trying again when he could linger a little longer. The fact that she hadn't kicked him to the curb immediately made him hopeful that things with the other guy weren't as serious as Clarissa had feared. Chance left him alone for a little while to put out the refreshments someone else had brought and to mingle with the women. Once Daniel ended the meeting and everyone started to talk, he wandered over to the refreshment table. He had thought that the women looked familiar, and was pleased to realize that most of them were the ones with the booths that he and Chance had spent so much time at during the fair. He stopped and picked up a carrot stick from the tray. "You're familiar," a redhead said. "I don't think we had time for introductions at lunch yesterday. I'm Deirdre." "Nick." He took her hand for a shake. "You work at Chipotle and are the soap maker, right?" "Yes." "How did you get into that?" "Comfrey introduced me to it. Last fall, we did a bunch of different classes, mostly to try new things and get away from our everyday activities. That's where I fell for soap making. Bennett learned about felting, and Sheila picked up welding and ironworking. She's always so busy, but she squeezes in time for it when she can. Okay, the other two I can totally see Comfrey doing, but the welding wasn't something she was already doing, was it? She had always been interested in learning new things, but, like the goats, Nick hadn't expected her to develop that particular skill." Deirdre laughed, her tone light and musical. "Not at all. That was Sheila. Her grandfather had shown her how to weld and work with iron when she was a little girl, and together they had made a prairie nail. She always remembered that and asked for a class, out of nostalgia, I think. She picked it up quickly and has been hoarding her extra pennies to buy equipment of her own. The iron worker who taught the class lets her borrow his torch for a couple of hours here and there." "That's fascinating. And how did Comfrey end up working with you ladies?" "I can't say, as she was working at the shelter before I joined the others." "The shelter?" "The women and children's shelter. Didn't she tell you?" Deirdre asked. "No, I shouldn't be surprised, but she just indicated that you all had been through some difficult things, and that's all. She's a cagey one, our Comfrey." "Hey, are you talking about me?" Comfrey joined them, tucking her thumbs into the back pocket of her chinos. "I hope you're not cross-examining the witness, counselor." "Counselor?" Deirdre asked, a little wariness entering her eyes. "I'm an attorney, corporate law. I work for her dad." "Oh, well then, I think I've spilled enough of her secrets for one night. It was good to meet you, Counselor Nick." He chuckled, really liking the woman. "Same here. I just got in some new oils for my soap. Just wait until you smell the lemongrass and peppermint I made today," she said to Comfrey. "I can't wait. I think you need to start one of those monthly boxes with different kinds that you made the previous month. It would be a hit." "That's an interesting idea. I'd be happy to start with you if you'd like to be my first customer." Sounds good. I'll contact you at the first of the month and we'll see what you've got that I haven't tried yet. Perfect. I best be going. Kaylin is probably about to fall asleep on the floor back there. The kids are all looking a little droopy-eyed. Comfrey hugged the woman and told her good night. She followed suit with the other women, and then locked up the library space that they had used for the night. How much does it cost to rent this room? Nick asked. Nothing. The library lets us use it for free. I love that it has an outside exit. She tucked the key into her purse. I have the key on permanent checkout right now, at least until my place is built. When I finally get that far, I'd like to hold these meetings on the farm so the kids can go out and run in the yard when the weather is nice. He followed Comfrey out to the parking lot. That was interesting. There weren't a lot of ladies there. We only have about a dozen who are regulars for our classes. Some of the others come and go, depending on the topic or craft, and if they can get out of work. But it's more surprising that 6 want to start businesses than that 6 aren't interested. Though honestly, most of these ladies have already started in their own small way. Coming here means not being able to work to make money to support their families tonight, and since they are all single moms, that's a big deal. I guess that's true. Starting a new business is not for the faint of heart. I understand you've learned that firsthand. What is this I hear about you making toiletries to sell to others? Just couldn't get that out of your system, could you? As much as I might have wanted to leave that behind me, I love my homemade skin creams and soaps, and so did everyone I gave them to. I love that they don't have all of the toxic chemicals in them that Dad refused to leave out of his products. This is just something I do for fun, rather than a business. Deirdre, on the other hand, may end up making a nice chunk of change from it. Not everyone sees the value in more natural products, especially when they cost more. No, but a lot of them do, and Huxley Cosmetics could have provided an option. Companies do it all the time by creating a whole different brand for their upscale lines. She held up a hand to stop the conversation. And that was only one of several reasons that I had to get out of the city. Let's not go there. Things were starting to get more comfortable between us, and adding our differing opinions to what has kept us apart isn't going to help. Nick wasn't sure that the conversation wasn't getting somewhere, but he could take that in stages. She had been less stiff with him that evening. Her parents expected miracles, but they didn't expect them overnight, he hoped, so he could afford to table their trouble a few more days, at least until he thought there was a chance that it wouldn't end in a big argument.
Chapter 7. It only took Comfrey a few days to get the paperwork tweaked to submit to Crystal Creek's building department instead of the county. So Thursday morning, after doing the morning milking, she took it into the city office and paid another application fee to have her paperwork reviewed. Then she hopped in her car and headed to her client's home. A large color printout of the plot plans sat on the seat beside her. It didn't take long to get to where she was going, and in half an hour, she was sitting at the table with the Smiths, the layout spread between them as she talked about the different elements of the plan. And that brings us back here to the fish pond you wanted. Now, this is all totally switchable if you've had some other ideas, or I missed something as I was planning it out. She didn't think she had put anything in a bad place. But they would understand the flow of their lives better than she did, so she expected to make a few tweaks. "This is beautiful work," Lauren said after they discussed some adjustments. "I'd like to come see your place sometime. You'd be welcome at my cottage in town, but my property on the edge of town is just pasture at the moment. I'm hoping to start digging the foundation in a few days, though. That's such a stressful time, but I'm sure you have some amazing plans drawn up. Give it a few years and it'll be a showplace worthy of your talent," Bridget said. "Thank you. I'm really anxious to get started. I've been taking it slow and easy for so long that I don't want to wait any longer." "I understand that, but you have time. Don't rush it." The woman patted her on the hand. "Try to lean back and go with the flow. There are few things as stressful as building a home. If it's not one thing, it's 10 others, but it'll be worth it in the end. I'll just keep reminding myself of that." Comfrey stood. Did you want to walk out to the orchard site and take another look at the slope? That sounds good. They stood and moved toward the door. Comfrey's phone vibrated in her pocket once, alerting her to a text or instant message. It could wait. Another hour passed as they walked through the fields and talked about the future U-pick orchard the owners had planned. Comfrey could see it clearly in her mind's eye. She knew it would be perfect for what they wanted to accomplish, and the tone they hoped to create as they opened up to pickers as soon as their first berries started to produce well enough. They would have a lot of work ahead of them to get there, but she looked forward to overseeing some of the project when they brought in the heavy equipment. Lunch was long past when Comfrey left with the copy of their lot plans again, this time with several marks to note changes she needed to make. She decided to take a short detour on her way back to town and visit her animals. Adventures in milking had been adventurous some days, but she was starting to get the hang of it. As long as she held on to Brain's left foot while she milked so she couldn't kick over the pail, and she remembered to bribe them well to come onto the milking stand to begin with, then things seemed to go smoothly. She had even enjoyed some delicious goat's milk yogurt for breakfast, which had been a real treat. She couldn't wait to try out some of the cheese recipes that she had been researching. She just needed to clear a few things off her to-do list so she could experiment with a clear conscience. She had only been home for a few minutes and had just pulled up the plot plan to make the changes for the Smiths when the phone rang. She snagged it, tucking it between her ear and shoulder as she clicked the mouse. "Hi, this is Comfrey. There are sheep and goats on your property," the man's voice said without introduction. "Yees, who is this?" "Jaron Sanders from the City Building Department. I came out to your property and found animals." Comfrey didn't understand what his problem was. "I'm glad they're still there. I understand goats can be real escape artists. They shouldn't be here at all. It's against the city ordinances to have farm animals." "Wait, come again? I have 10 acres. All of my neighbors have animals. How can it be illegal to have a half-dozen small grazing animals on 10 acres if other people have horses and cows?" His sigh denoted aggravation. "You haven't looked at the city maps, have you?" "No. Actually, I thought the property was in the county until they rejected my building permit." "Your neighbors to the south, east, and west are not annexed in the city boundaries. They're allowed to have animals. You're in city boundaries, so you aren't." Holy cow, was he serious? "Surely there are exceptions if you aren't living in town. What about chickens?" "Nope, no exceptions, and no chickens either. You need to remove the animals immediately. The plan to build looks fine otherwise. Your site is far enough from the city that you don't have to hook into our power and water, and the water catchment plan looks doable, though we're still reviewing that. I came out to check the site you marked off for the house and measure the distance to the street. You need to find a new home for these guys ASAP, though. I'm surprised no one turned you in before now. I've only had them for a week." "Great, then you shouldn't be too attached. Stop by the office tomorrow, and you'll be able to pick up your building permit." He ended the call. Comfrey tipped her forehead into her hand. He was serious. She wasn't supposed to have animals. What did they expect people to do with 10 acres? The doorbell rang, and Comfrey stood from her desk and headed for the door. All of her plans for the property hinged on having animals to help manage the pasture, add fertilization, and supplement her diet. If she couldn't have them, nothing was going to work out the way she had planned. She opened the door to find Nick on the other side. She was so not in the mood to deal with him. "Yes? Wow. Having a bad day?" "A bad 3 minutes. Sorry." She opened the door wider and gestured for him to come in. She needed to talk to him about their non-relationship anyway. She might as well get all of the misery over with at once. They had both been putting it off, but after her talk with Tony, she needed to clear the air. He walked through the door and turned to face her when he was well inside. "That sounds bad. Please tell me it's not my fault." She shut the door behind him and leaned against it. "Nope, though we do need to talk. My 3 minutes of supreme frustration is all the fault of Crystal Creek. It turns out my land is in the city boundaries and they won't let me have my goats and sheep, or even chickens." I take it this is a bigger deal than having to change your choice in pets. She scowled. Pets. They aren't pets, they're farm workers. They provide a service in managing the farm. Seeing his eyebrows lift, she added, plus they're fun. There's no rule that animals can't be useful and fun at the same time. No, there isn't. What are you going to do? I have no idea. I've put so much time into studying the contour and where the rain puddles or flows. I drew up a plan for the landscape and refined it over the past year, and now I might have to sell it. Or, she looked back at him again. Or what? Fight it. Come on, Brainiac. I know you're clouded by disappointment, but you can totally fix this. Go talk to the neighbors, talk to the city council, and see if you can get an exemption for land over a certain number of acres. You're a fighter. The kind of woman who doesn't take this kind of thing lying down. It's why you quit working for your father instead of staying in a cushy job. He was right. The thought of fighting the city council did not appeal, and she really wanted to stew in her pity party for a few more minutes. But she would have time to get back to that later. You're right. I'll talk to Adeline and find out what I need to do to take an amendment to the city. That's the chance I know. Knew. She had given up on trying to get him to use her new name. Pretty sure I still know you. You think you do, but you'd be mistaken. Things have changed since we were together. Yeah. He flicked at her hair. I like the bleach job. She slapped his hand away. It's a lot more than that. He gave her the look. I had noticed that you finally let the inner you out. But I always knew she was in there. You just had to figure it out. I'm dating Tony now. Nick hooked his thumbs in his front pockets. I heard that. I'm only dating Tony now. That's a shame. I can't say that I'm not disappointed, but I understand. Do you want some help with your fight? For the right to have goats? He paraphrased a Beastie Boys song. Was he being sincere, or was this about trying to change her mind? Comfrey wasn't sure if she trusted his motives. On the other hand, from what she'd heard, extra help putting together the paperwork might be useful, and he was a demon with legal speak. I'll keep your offer in mind. Good. In the meantime, I thought maybe you could take me out to see the goats. The idea of you raising farm animals is growing on me, and I'd like to try milking. Plus, the babies I saw online are cute. Really? She couldn't imagine him out on her weedy property in his expensive loafers and business suit. Wearing that? He glanced down at this outfit. Are you suggesting I should dress down? Yeah, but to be honest, I don't milk in the evening. I milk in the morning. I thought you were supposed to milk twice per day. I do kid share, which means the babies milk their mom during the day, and then I separate them overnight and milk in the morning. Sounds good. I have to meet a client for some golf way too early tomorrow. But what about the next day? What time should I meet you? She hesitated before answering. Should she tell him no way? But wasn't educating others part of why she was starting the permaculture farm in the first place? She could just imagine his mother's reaction if she posted a picture of him milking a goat on social media. Both of their mothers would get lightheaded and need to sit down. That alone was a good enough reason to accept. Fine. Be here at 6:45. Will do. Now, about dinner tonight? Can't. I'm getting together with the girls to do wedding stuff, and you're not invited. I guess I can't win them all. You still have a garden work meeting tomorrow night? Yeah, 6:00. Great. If I can break away from my teleconference to Canada on time, I'll swing by to help. He sauntered back to the door and opened it, pausing to glance over his shoulder. Oh, and Comfrey, I really want to know why you picked that name. Look it up and figure it out for yourself. Will do. See you soon. He winked before shutting the door behind him. Was that a flutter in her chest? Ridiculous. They didn't even have a relationship now. But she couldn't help looking forward to milking the goats with him.
Chapter 8. Nick finished reviewing an addendum to the contract he'd been finessing, then sent it to his boss to look over. It was late, and he hadn't had more than a 10-minute break since leaving Comfrey, which reminded him he opened a web browser and typed in the name. She had said if he studied the plant that it would become obvious why she had chosen it. Okay, it was common. It was used as a fertilizer and medicinally. So what? He dug some more. After 20 minutes, he had still only found a few more details. The plant was definitely not hard to grow or propagate. Was it just that she found it useful? Maybe he would have to nudge her some more. He took the time to do some more research on her business. He hadn't realized until he saw a business card on her table that she had a website. Of course, when he had looked her up online before coming to Kansas, he had been looking for Channing, and she identified herself as Comfrey in social media and her website. He wondered if that had been a deliberate attempt to confuse the issue or if it had just been a side benefit. In addition to the community garden and working with the group of women who had been living at the shelter, she also taught occasional classes on felting. When had that become a thing again? And soap making, made natural creams and lotions, and was into essential oils. He took a few minutes to check out the pictures she had posted of her new little flock and the accommodations she had made for them. She hadn't mentioned the problems she was having with the city about her land, but then it had only been a few hours, so maybe she would post something later. Noticing that she had a YouTube channel, he turned there next and watched her videos. There were about 19 now, with a new one going up almost every day. He finished those and went in search of tutorials on goats and sheep. If he was going to keep up with her, he would need to learn some of the basics first. Before he knew it, he had fallen down the rabbit hole of information available and was starting to see why she was excited about the animals. While he was watching his 6th video, he received an instant message from her father. "Nicholas, how are things going? Have you nearly finished there? How much longer do you need?" Nick rolled his eyes. Her parents had been trying to get her to go home for years without success, but they expected him to manage it in just a week. Besides, the more he saw, the more he realized how right he'd been to begin with. She was happy here, and he didn't think he would be able to pry her out of Crystal Creek with a crowbar. He answered, "The contracts are moving along. Channing is warming up to me, but she's pretty settled into the community, put down roots, great big long ones, like the name she has taken for herself." Huh. He hadn't thought about that aspect regarding her personality, but it's how she had worked here, mining out the goodness around her to share with others. And she was versatile, sharing everything she had learned with people around her. "Are you saying you can't get her to come back home?" "Sir, I told you that before you sent me here. I've been doing my best to charm her, but I don't think she's going to budge, even if she does decide she's in love with me again. It's certainly not going to happen in a week." He was starting to think maybe he had never gotten over her as much as he had once believed. Being near her was like breathing and getting more necessary every day. "Get to work on that. I'm not paying for your hotel, so you can sit on your thumbs and order room service." His icon switched to offline, and Nick minimized the screen. He hadn't ordered room service once since arriving, and he had been working almost as many hours for the company as usual. He ignored that and focused on the dilemma before him. He wanted to be the person she turned to for support and help, not the person who nagged her to go back to the life she hated so much. But Bryant was his boss, in addition to her father, and he would make Nick's life a misery if he felt like Nick wasn't doing everything possible to convince her to return to Boston, or at least the suburbs of Boston. Not that they would be happy with less than a full return to their circle. They would also be really angry if they knew he had encouraged Comfrey to fight the zoning issue on her property. He should have been convincing her that it wasn't going to work, and to sell if he really wanted to make her parents happy. He was less certain every day that he cared what they thought, however. He was much more concerned about what would make her happy. Was there any chance that it could be him?
After grabbing dinner with Tony the next evening, Comfrey brought her clipboard for signatures on the code change to the work session at the community garden. She had spent the day visiting acquaintances to collect signatures and discuss the changes to the rules that she thought would keep the city council happy while still allowing her and others on large lots to have small farm animals. She was just considering where she would be best off working that night when Maddie headed in her direction. Maddie greeted Sheila, who was tending a garden bed a couple rows over. "I'm surprised to see you here." I'd be stretched out on a gorgeous beach somewhere if I were you. That's coming. We're just waiting for the payout. In the meantime, it seems wasteful not to take care of my plot. Besides, the kids love coming here. She gestured to the kids who were all bent over a bed of green beans with Andrea. What's going on? Why wouldn't you take care of your plot? Comfrey asked. You didn't hear? Maddie's brows lifted. That's awesome. Of course, you of all the people who know the women best don't know. Don't know what? Comfrey asked. That Lotto America ticket we got at the meeting last week. It won the jackpot, Sheila said. Comfrey's brows lowered. How much? The jackpot. More than $17 million, in fact. It's still more than I can wrap my head around. We're splitting it 6 ways. Wow. Wow. Seriously? That's just wow. Comfrey couldn't think of anything better to say, even though what she had said was totally lame. Sheila laughed. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. 4 days and that still keeps running through my head. What are you going to do when you have all that money? Comfrey knew this would change the women's lives forever, in both good and bad ways, but no one deserved a windfall more than they did. I'll tell you when I figure it out. One thing's for sure, though. As soon as that first check hits my bank account, I'm definitely quitting at the plastic factory, and Bennett will be walking out right behind me. I can't blame you. I guess we'll have to get a new daycare provider, Maddie said. Maybe. I like the idea of being my own boss, and I've considered opening a regular daycare. On the other hand, having a little more flexibility in my schedule would be nice, and I'm starting to get orders for my wrought iron decorations. I just want to take a little time to think things over and spend 2 weeks on that beach in the sand. Actually, Mina already booked all of us a 2-week cruise to the Caribbean. I seriously cannot wait. Good for you. I love it there, Comfrey said. Cruises are so effortless, too. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Do you think you'll be able to go back there anytime soon with those animals you're getting? The animals I already have, so not likely, but I've seen a lot of places and I can stand to settle in for a while. Which reminds me, Comfrey grabbed the clipboard from her bag. It turns out my place is in the city limits. She went on to explain her problem and got their signatures, plus signatures from all of the other adults who were there tending their plots before most of the group called it a day. Maddie and Felicia, Ben's niece who lived with him, moved to work on their own plot. Tony, who had asked for copies of the papers to help her obtain signatures, walked her back to her car when they had finished up. Sounds like you've got your hands full. Could you use help with anything else? You have contractors coming to start work on the house soon, don't you? That was the plan, but I'm putting the house on hold. If they won't let me have the animals, I'll have to sell the property. And then what? Where will you go if this land doesn't work out? They stopped beside Comfrey's Mercedes. The note of concern in his voice made her smile. Are you worried that I'm going to move somewhere else with more animal-friendly laws? His hands rubbed up and down her arms, making goosebumps rise on her skin. The possibility did cross my mind. I thought we were just starting to see something happening here. I'd hate to have everything fall apart now. Don't worry, I have no intention of leaving the area. If I decide not to build on this property, I'll find a different one that's outside the city limits. I hate losing the time, but it's not the end of the world. You're being a lot calmer about the whole situation than I would have been. Oh, I wasn't very calm at first. It threw me. I love the property I have. I want to build my life there, but the systems I want to use to manage it all won't work without the animals. We'll have to see what happens. You're pretty amazing. I'm with you all the way. It's ridiculous that they have the same rules for tiny plots in town as for 10-acre ones on the very edges. Thanks. Tony moved closer, his gaze dropping to her lips, and she lifted her mouth to his, but the kiss was interrupted before it began by a honking horn. Nick popped from his car and came around the front to greet them, as if she and Tony were just standing there chatting. Hey, glad I caught you here. I thought you might be gone by now. We were about to leave. Can you spare a few minutes to give me the grand tour? When she gave me your contact info, your mom made me promise to report about what was keeping you in town instead of back in the city. Tony eyed the newcomer. You must be the friend, Nick, from home. He didn't remove his hands from Comfrey's waist, where they had settled as he'd reeled her in for the almost kiss. I sure am. Nicholas Belmont? And you are? He held out a hand, a good-natured grin on his lips, but a look in his eyes that said it was business. Tony Oliver. How nice for her mother that she has you reporting back to her about what Comfrey is doing. It must be inconvenient to ask her daughter for a report, after all. Yes, well, her mother never was very good at hiding her ulterior motives. Besides, Comfrey hardly ever complains, even when something isn't going well, so there's always the possibility that she might exaggerate how well things are going for her here. Annoyance crept up her back. I would not. And why are you talking around me and about me instead of to me? Sorry, Chance, I didn't mean to. You know what happens when there's too much testosterone in a room. We're not in a room, we're outside. And that better be the only reaction, because if it escalates further, I'm going to be the one to kick your butt. Tony looked amused. Have you done that often? Only once. She glared, wishing Nick would just leave her alone. He had to have known that she had a life now. How could he think she would want him to be in it after he'd just let her walk away? Well, not let so much as he didn't come after her, for 4 years. Okay, so she had made herself impossible to track for the first few months, needing the space. But what about the years after that? Obviously, their relationship must not have been that important to him if he didn't even try to get her to come back. Not that it would have made a difference. How could he think that she would fall into his arms after all this time? Why did having him around confuse her so much? Chance here can be pretty scary when she gets mad. Thankfully, I learned quickly. Not that quickly, since you're still calling me Chance instead of Comfrey. She narrowed her eyes at him. I could call you Channing if you'd prefer. She bumped his Italian leather shoes with her no longer white work shoe, which only made him grin wider. Back to my question. Could you show me around? Nick asked, gesturing to the garden. She hesitated. She was ready to say no, but then she considered again. The garden was going to need some additional funding, and Nick had deep pockets from his trust fund. Besides, he was right about her mom being pushy and wanting answers. She could show him why she loved it here and all of the good she was doing. Maybe he could get through to Clarissa, even if Comfrey hadn't been able to. Fine, I'll give you the 60-second tour. She turned back to Tony and gave him a soft but lingering kiss. I'll talk to you soon? Yeah. He shot Nick a warning look before releasing her to slide into his car. Comfrey gave him a wave goodbye before turning toward Nick again. She waved her arms dramatically over the garden. Behold the community garden. Yeah, some people may see just a bunch of plants, but I know you see more than that. Show me what you see. Unsettled that he had seen below that layer to the moor, she stuck her hands in her pockets and strolled back between the garden beds. The beds on the left are rented by local people to raise their own veggies. The ones on the right are run by a bunch of the kids in the neighborhood. Maddie and Piper organize them to do the planting and handle the weeding and picking. They will be able to take some of the produce home, but some of it will be donated to the food pantry, and other parts of it will be sold at the farmers market to provide scholarships to the kids who help out. None of them get paid for their work? Nope, just satisfaction, and the knowledge that continuing education after high school will be a little easier on the pocketbook if they keep at it. They moved past the veggie beds to the open area behind. This is a gathering area. We'd like to put in some kind of shelter eventually, but for now, people can bring chairs or blankets to meet in this space. Mostly it's being used for organizing the kids and their families to do the work, but we're hoping to offer gardening classes or other enrichment activities here. She stopped and put her hand around one of the saplings that had been planted a few months ago. It was already visibly taller than she remembered from before, though not by much. These trees are to the north of the veggies, so they won't cast a shadow on them, but you can see we have a few beds back here in the middle of the treed area to plant shade-tolerant veggies, and eventually some shade-loving ones when they cut off more sun. We could also switch to flowers and other decorative plants if we need to someday. Or you could just prune back the trees a little. Or we could do some pruning. Some trees will handle that better than others. We have 4 kinds of apple, 2 kinds of pears, 3 cherries, 4 peaches, a nectarine, and 2 pawpaw trees planted back here. We also have some space marked out to add berries and grapes next year. That's amazing. He asked her a dozen more questions about the plans and reasons why she and Piper made certain choices when they designed the garden. She explained how the greenhouse was being used during the school year and their hopes for down the road. Sounds like you have big plans. Was this your brainchild? I'd had a thought rolling around the back of my head, but not really. This was Piper's plan, her dream and organization. I helped a little with the layout and implementation. Don't cut yourself short, Maddie said, joining them. You were in it as much as the rest of us. Not at first, but yeah, it was definitely a team effort. It started with Piper, Maddie, and Adeline, and then expanded to include their guys and Tony and me. Maybe she shouldn't have mentioned Tony, she thought, as Nick's mouth thinned a little. How did he get sucked into it? He's friends with Reese, Maddie explained. Where one goes, the other tags along. They've been that way for as long as I can remember. We don't mind. He's been a good help to us. How long are you planning to be around? I'm not going anywhere for a while, Nick said. Perfect. Then we'll put you to work. If you give me your number, I can add you to the text messages for work days. Nick chuckled as he took her phone and programmed in his number. You're very direct. You don't have to do that, Comfrey protested, not sure what she thought about him being around more. No one really expects you to step up and help, and if you're not going to pitch in, like for real, then it's better if you don't sign up. Too late, Chance. It's done. He passed the phone back to Maddie. Besides, this looks like a great project, and it would be good to get involved with something outside of work right now. Great, we'll probably meet on Wednesday or Thursday. I'll let you know. Maddie grinned and said goodbye before calling to Felicia. They crossed the street to her car parked in the school lot. So far, I really like your friends, Nick said as he took her hand. Most of them, anyway. Comfrey slid her hand out of his. If you're going to be joining us regularly, you'll need to remember to call me Comfrey. His expression was half amusement, half apology. I'll try harder. Good. I did some research on Comfrey, both Comfrey the woman and the plant. I've been making connections, but wondered if I haven't looked deep enough. The plant puts down deep roots. It pulls up water and nutrients to share with plants around it. When it's chopped and dropped, it's excellent fertilizer, and also acts as a great mulch. It's fast-growing and has many medicinal uses. You are putting down a deep taproot, helping the women in your groups by providing trailing fertility and support. You aren't one-dimensional or even two like your parents want you to be, but you have a lot of useful facets that bless the people around you, and not just yourself. Oh, and you're stubborn as heck to uproot and get rid of, because just as the plant can regrow from a small segment of root, you can reinvent yourself, and have, without family support. Also, you're one of the most resourceful and adaptable people I know, and that's not even considering how beautiful you are. He brushed a lock of hair back from her face, his fingers sliding softly along her cheek in the process. Her breath hitched at the contact and the look in his eyes. The memory of his gentleness, of the way he had always gotten to her in the past and confused her came back in one big wave. He had always seen her better than others, even though he had missed some pretty big things. That was pretty good. There, she hadn't even stuttered over the words, though she had felt stuttery on the inside. I can be a very good student when it suits me. I remember that. Needing to get away, Comfrey headed back toward her car. I'd have you sign my petition if you were a resident. I'll do one better and take a couple sheets to help you get signatures if you'd like. What would Dad think about that? Who's going to tell him? True enough. If Nick really wanted to help her, she would let him. She just needed to keep her space until he returned to Boston. When he slid his hand onto the small of her back as he walked with her out of the garden, she wondered if she shouldn't tell him to get lost instead. Better be careful around here, or Maddie will have you up to your ears in garden stuff. Why did that innocent touch shoot tingles all along her spine? She shifted out of his reach. Don't worry, Comfrey. I'm a champion swimmer, remember? How could she forget? She stopped in front of her car. I gotta go now, but thanks for stopping by and allowing yourself to be railroaded into helping. Anytime. See you in the morning. He watched her get into her car and start the engine before he sauntered back to his own vehicle. Comfrey was determined not to watch him as she drove away. Chapter 9. Sleep did not bring peace. Not after her evening with both Tony and Nick vying for her attention. Comfrey had no plans, none whatsoever, of letting Nick back into her heart again. It would be stupid, a losing proposition. He didn't want the same things that she did. He was a suit, a social animal, someone who conformed to society's expectations. He always had been. She, on the other hand, had run away from all of that, to her mother's disapproval. Not, she told herself, with the intent of upsetting her mother. She wasn't the type to search out ways to cause problems, even though she had chafed under her mother's eye, trying for so many years to do exactly what was expected of her. Comfrey had tried, though her mother wouldn't believe it. And now, here was Nick, invading her comfortable life, a life she had built for herself since she had last seen him. Last said goodbye in a note. Okay, that had been cowardly, but how else was she supposed to walk away from him? If she had talked to him, he would have asked her to stay, she was sure, and she might have agreed. A clean break was necessary. It was the only way she could go out and find herself. That sounded stupid, she thought, as she washed her hair the next morning. She despised the culture of people selfishly leaving behind responsibilities, commitments, and going out on their own. But, she told herself, that wasn't what she had done. She had no responsibilities to anyone but herself at the time. No commitments, except to Nick, and it would have been a mistake to keep it. She wasn't ready for marriage, for the commitment she had made under pressure from both their families. So what if she had loved him, desperately? Marrying him would have meant joining the family business, selling beauty products she didn't believe in, and drowning in social obligations, many of which she had despised. She was glad she had stuck to her decision, even though it had been the hardest thing she had ever done. It was what had led her to where she was, after all. Comfrey had told herself that her feelings for Nick hadn't been as strong as she had thought, or surely she wouldn't have been able to walk away. But now, after seeing him again, she wasn't sure she had been right about that. All of those feelings that she had thought were dead had started awakening again when she found him on her doorstep. She had tried to resist, but wasn't sure how she was supposed to keep telling herself that there was nothing between them when his simple touch made her want to wrap herself in his arms again. Not to mention the beautiful chemistry she'd felt in that one quick kiss. But that was a mistake, wasn't it? She and Tony had never had a serious define the relationship talk, but that didn't mean that their relationship was still open so they could date others. Was he thinking they were together? She had definitely thought it was headed that way. Her doorbell rang as she stepped out of the shower, and she wrapped herself in an extra comfy robe and headed to the front door, her hair still wrapped in a towel. Looks like I have excellent timing, unless you were in the middle of something. Nick's gaze seemed to size her up in less than a second, and she was amazed that he kept it unassuming. I was getting ready for the day. Are you early? And you're planning to milk goats in that outfit? No, you're running a little behind, and I bought some boots to wear while we're at the farm. I dressed professionally because I wondered if you wanted help getting signatures today. I have the day off and not that much to do besides helping you out. I could stand some breakfast too, if you'd like to join me. You know, as friends, since you have a boyfriend. She didn't know what to think. He was confusing sometimes. As friends, sure. She thought about how long it would take her to get presentable if she was going to be out in public. Obviously, I still need to get ready for the day. How about if we meet in 20 minutes, or maybe 30? He looked like he wanted to make an excuse to stay, but in the end said, "Where do you want to meet? I'll grab us a table, get a cup of coffee, and work on my laptop while I wait for you." She named a place and then locked him out. She needed to pick the perfect outfit, something that would survive an encounter with the goats, since she still needed to do the morning milking. but it had to be nice enough to approach people in when she knocked on doors for signatures afterward. Casual, yet put together. Good thing she was raised a Huxley. Knowing the perfect outfit for every occasion was part of her upbringing. Of course, her mom had never envisioned a scenario like this one. In the end, she went with a pair of khaki tan pants, sturdy but nice-looking shoes, and a medium green shirt with a light leaf print across it. She grabbed the farm apron she had recently bought to wear over her clothes when she worked with the animals. It was durable and still a little stiff, rather than cute and frilly. But frilly wasn't her style anyway. She slid it into her bag for later and put on a pair of chunky bronze oval earrings and a matching necklace for breakfast. Her battle armor in place, she double-checked her hair and makeup and then headed for the restaurant. She found Nick ensconced in a corner with his laptop and a nearly empty cup of coffee beside him. A moment after she sat down, a waitress brought over a mug of hot water and an orange Pico tea bag, along with the menus. "I'll just give you a minute to look those over. That is what you wanted, isn't it?" the unfamiliar waitress asked. "Yes, perfect. Thanks." She looked over at Nick in surprise. "I remembered you have a weakness for orange Pico." He clicked a couple more buttons on his computer and shut it down. "I do." She was surprised he had noticed in the first place, never mind remembered after so many years. "What? You thought I forgot all of your fun quirks? I can't imagine wanting that stuff instead of coffee, but it's just another little piece of the puzzle that makes you who you are." "Stop it. It's weird that you remember things like that after so long." He grinned, making her heart trip over itself. Some things you never forget about someone if they're the right someone. Before she could figure out how to respond to that, the waitress returned with the coffee pitcher to refill Nick's cup. They ordered while she was there, and then Nick changed the subject, filling Comfrey in on some of the gossip from back home that he had apparently gleaned from his mom in a call the previous night. Despite the fact that they hadn't grown up together, they still knew a lot of the same people in Boston, and even more so since he went to work for her parents. "I don't get it." Comfrey used her fork to cut up her eggs. "Why Crystal Creek? What could my father's company possibly need you to do out here?" Nick's brow lifted. "The client is in the city. The hotel I'm staying at was chosen because of its proximity to you." Her brow lifted. "Seriously, I haven't talked to you in nearly 4 years." Nick dragged a forkful of pancake through the syrup on his plate. "You aren't ready to hear the whole story. I'll fill you in later. It's really good to have a chance to catch up with you, though. Despite your mom's continuing efforts to keep me in the loop, I always wished we'd had a chance to settle the past together." Though she really wanted to discuss that topic longer, the goats needed to be milked, and she had a long day ahead of her, pounding the pavement for signatures. She couldn't afford to get distracted. "Did you have any thoughts about where we should start with the petition?" She had ideas of her own, but wanted to see if he had thought about it. He had been a brilliant strategist when they were dating. "We'll start with your neighbors who are in the city limits. I printed a map that shows the outline of the incorporated areas. If we hit the more rural homes first, the ones who are in a similar situation to you, we might have better luck. Some of them probably would like the option of raising chickens or small goats as well." "That's what I was thinking. The houses will be further apart, so more walking, but they're more likely to be sympathetic. You up for this? I know you don't really like this kind of thing." Nick brushed his fingers across hers on the tabletop. Comfrey didn't pull her hand away immediately, though she knew she should have. When it did come back a long moment later, it was with some reluctance on her part. "I really don't, but I would hate having to change all of my plans even more." "That's because you always go after what matters most to you, so you can be single-minded. Sucks for me that I wasn't what you wanted almost 4 years ago, but now I'm here. Guess what? Going after a dream single-mindedly is a trait we both have." Comfrey had just put another forkful of eggs into her mouth when he said that. Before she could ask what he meant by that, he was back to discussing logistics. Seriously, was the man trying to tie her thoughts up in knots? She couldn't help but think the answer was yes. They finished breakfast and headed to her land. First the milking, and then they could start their canvass with Comfrey's new neighbors. When she had gotten halfway through milking, Nick interrupted her. Hey, I've been watching and I think I can do it. Do you mind letting me give it a try? She found that surprisingly amusing, but was happy to give up her spot to him. She poured off the milk from the stainless steel bucket into a glass container that held some frozen milk from the previous day to cool it quickly and put it back in its place. Take a seat. Once he had, she asked. So, Mr. Knowledge Sponge, what comes first? You wiped down her udders with a rag, then used some cleaning wipes. I'm guessing that was to sanitize? Yes. She handed him a cleaning wipe to sanitize his hands, and he scrubbed them down. Now, before you start, what did I do first? She asked. You did the first 2 squirts onto the ground. Why was that? To make sure that if there is any bacteria we missed at the bottom of the teat or left from last time, that it gets removed first and not into the rest of the milk. Since she had already started milking, he didn't spray off the first couple squeezes, but started milking into the pan. The movements weren't exactly expert, but she hadn't been amazing the first time herself. After about 30 seconds, his movements were a lot more efficient, and he was managing to get a pretty good amount of milk in the pail with each squeeze. That's pretty impressive. I'm surprised you did so well the first time. Most people don't without some coaching. She says with the experience of a whole week as goat owner. Fine, I'm not an expert, but I'm still wondering how you knew what to do. I YouTubed a few videos about goats. I was curious what made you like them so much. This included a tutorial on milking, since I figured I might get a chance eventually. Now you know. Since Nick was handling the milking just fine, she turned to the main paddock to give the sheep their share of the fodder as their morning treat. It wouldn't be fair for the goats to have all the fun. They set the filtered milk into a layer of ice in a cooler in the back seat of her car before turning to their canvassing plans. They took opposite sides of the road, hitting every house along the way. Most of the people were home and happy to sign, but a few were less than happy with the precedent a spot zoning change on her property would set for others. They worked down one street around the block and then back along the parallel street. When they got back to their vehicles, it was nearly noon, and Comfrey was already discouraged. All morning, and I only added 31 names to the sheet. No problem. I added 57, so we have almost 90 names in one morning. It should only take a few weeks at this rate. Yes, but I want to reach the 1,000 signatures by the end of the week, or the following Monday at the latest. The city council meets on Thursdays. I don't want to have to wait an extra 2 weeks to break ground for the house. Then we'll get it done. You ready for a lunch break? So ready. I need to get the milk into the fridge at home, too. He passed her the sheet of signatures. Then let's meet at your place, and we can grab some food and figure out our next area. Being with Nick was like shooting back through time. He and Comfrey connected the same way they had in the past, and she felt herself drawn to him more every day. He was only in town for another week or so, though, wasn't he? She couldn't let herself get used to him being around. Chapter 10. Hey, Tony stood on the front porch with a bouquet of daisies in hand when he picked her up for their date that night. He wore one of his ubiquitous blue button-down shirts with a tan sports jacket and dark slacks. He was freshly shaved and gorgeous as ever, and hitting that dressy, casual note perfectly. It threw Comfrey for a moment, since he had never brought her flowers before, but she took them eagerly. When she had been growing up, it had always been roses. Regardless of whether it was her mom, her dance dates, or her coming-out gala. Only once had she ever gotten a flower arrangement that wasn't roses, and that had been the orchid corsage she had worn to homecoming while she had been in college, and one bouquet of tulips Nick had brought her when they were dating. She had forgotten about that. She took the flowers with a smile. Thank you. These are perfect. They'll brighten up my desk nicely. She took them into the kitchen, fished down a vase, and filled it with water, settling them inside, still in the cellophane. There would be time to cut the stems and fuss over them later. Sorry I had to push back dinner. I swear, I was starting to think that meeting might go into triple overtime. I can't tell you how glad I am not to be stuck going to meetings like that. I went to a few when I was working at my dad's company, and I hated them. She slid her hand into his. We ready? Sure thing, your carriage awaits. He gestured expansively toward his car, as though it were a Rolls-Royce instead of an Audi. Why, thank you, kind sir. She waited while he opened her car door, and then settled into the buttery, soft leather. Did I mention that you look amazing? Tony asked as he pulled onto the road. Because, wow. Mission accomplished then. Comfrey grinned. She had been going for wow with her cranberry-colored sheath dress with a sweetheart neckline. She had added chunky necklace and earrings, dripping bronze diamonds, and a coordinating bracelet in bronze and matte gold. She had been happy to hear that they were headed to Le Grenouille for dinner, giving her an excuse to dress up for a change and layer on some wow. And then some. Don't get me wrong, I think you're beautiful in your farm apron and muck boots, but you're stunning tonight. I feel very lucky to be the one taking you out. He lifted her hand to his lips, brushing the backs of her knuckles with a soft kiss. Romance. It had been a while since she had experienced that, and Comfrey's heart weakened a little more. I love this place, Comfrey said as he pulled into the parking lot. I've been meaning to try it out for a while now. Have you been often? Just once or twice. Last time my parents came to town and once with an old college friend. Both had been a disaster of the first order, but at least the food and atmosphere had been good. I'm basically guaranteed to enjoy present company more, though. She shot him a sincere smile, which he returned before getting out and coming around to open her door. He looped her arm around his and they strolled toward the front entrance. Sounds like some story. Are you going to share? Maybe. Part of it after we order. I look forward to it. The maître opened the door for them, and they were quickly seated at a terrace table, overlooking a series of fountains, surrounded by flowers. It didn't take long for them to select their meals. Steak and potatoes for him, wild-caught salmon, and a green salad for her. About your previous visits to this fine establishment? He led off as soon as the waiter disappeared. It wasn't a big deal, just, well, one was a college friend. She was from my sorority and didn't really understand the decisions I've made. It turned out that despite how well we got on back then, we have absolutely nothing in common now. And the other time was with my parents, Nuff said. She clasped her hands in her lap beneath the tablecloth. Nope, not nearly enough said. I'm only going to pry a tiny bit. If you don't want to talk about it, I get that. Still, I can't help but be curious. I've never really heard you talk about your family before, but Reese indicated they were a lot like our parents. You mean rich? Yes, only more so. Yep, and disapproving. And serious snobs. By comparison, Reese's mom isn't snobby at all. Yikes, that's quite a statement, she nodded. They're really unhappy about my choice to live here and have tried strenuously to get me to go home and take up my rightful spot in the company, which would have been a vice presidency if I were a boy. But as a girl, the best I could hope would be to work in marketing or something, and I really can't create marketing for a product that I wouldn't use myself. I heard you make some of your own moisturizers and soap. She propped her chin on the palm of her hand. Really? Where did you hear that from? A little birdie told me. One named Deirdre. We spoke at the garden the other day. She said she was excited to be able to get goat's milk from you for making her soaps, which confused me. But then she said that you taught her how. She's thinking of expanding into lip balms and sugar scrubs. Yes, but she exceeded my experience level in only a few weeks. Her business has totally taken off on Etsy, and she has a few local customers as well. Reese started carrying her soaps in the executive washrooms at Stone Enterprises, which certainly hasn't hurt her customer base any. Oh, I've tried it. That stuff is amazing. My mom is always looking for artisan quality projects to buy, especially ones made locally. I gifted her with a few bars that I bought at the fair, and she's ordered several more for the house. Comfrey had never met Tony's family and wondered why not. What is your relationship with your parents like? Better than yours, it sounds like. We're good. My parents are great, very supportive, and only pushy when it's important. Thankfully, their idea of important usually lines up with mine, so we get along well. I get the feeling that things with your parents aren't quite as good. Comfrey let out a little chuckle. You could say that. They love me and never neglected me, not the way some of my friends' parents did to them, but they had very definite expectations that I was supposed to meet. And while I did my best to please them, at least until I was 22, I just couldn't do it anymore. What happened? What changed? Nothing. That was the problem. I wanted things to change. I kept telling myself that if I just did what they wanted right now, that after I graduated from college, they would give me a little breathing space, respect my decisions as an adult. But they didn't. I was engaged to Nick and working for my dad, and I realized that everyone was planning my life for me, and that wasn't what I wanted. So I left everything and went to figure out what I wanted. Just like that, with no plans or parachute. I have a little money my grandma left me, so there was a parachute, but I didn't exactly live a Monte Carlo lifestyle. Her trust fund may have been more than she had indicated, but he hardly needed to know how much was in her bank account. And you figured out what you wanted from life. After spending a couple of years exploring and figuring out what I really loved, it turned out that what I needed was to live a smaller existence in a big way instead of a big one in a small way. I'm happy here. I can tell, and I'm really glad. Me too. What about you? Did your parents always want you to become an accountant? Not exactly. Not that they have a problem with what I'm doing, but they expected me to do something less cerebral, I guess. My younger brother is the brain, serious, out of control brainiac, but he went into pottery, so we kind of switched positions, I guess. Either way, my parents have been supportive of both of us. You're so lucky. I take it yours still don't quite get you? She shrugged. That's life as an honorable Huxley. How did you come to be doing permaculture? At first, I thought maybe I could start my own cosmetic company, specializing in natural cosmetics. On a very small scale, of course. But after I ran the numbers, I realized it would then have to be extremely couture, and that the people who needed it most wouldn't be able to afford it. The research led me down a couple of different paths, including an intentional community, which dropped me into permaculture, which I had already been interested in. I woofed for one summer, and after some training, I decided to set up a farm for myself. Woofed? Like a dog? She chuckled. No, sorry. It's WWOOF, or Worldwide Opportunities for Organic Farms. Basically, it's a farming internship. Hands-on work for someone so you can get some practice in and see if this is what you want. And you decided, hey, yeah, I love shoveling poop. I didn't shovel poop. Much. Mostly just for chickens, but a carefully designed coop doesn't require much cleanup. I did a lot of planting and weeding, mulching and milking. Goats and cows. They raise sheep and pigs, chickens, ducks and geese. Oh, and rabbits. The owner was talking about getting a couple of alpacas as well, but that didn't happen while I was living there. What, no horse? He teased. Nope. I guess they didn't see the need for one. You must have loved it, or you wouldn't be trying to do the same thing. A similar thing. Not quite the same. Much smaller scale and fewer animals. I need it set up and working so I can offer classes on my own property, but smaller. She wondered if she still sounded completely crazy to him. 10 years ago, if someone had suggested she would be pursuing this life, she would have laughed in their face. Now she anticipated the fulfillment that she would get from her own hard work. She well remembered the sweaty days and going to bed tired, but it was what she craved right now. You are one strange but beautiful woman, Comfrey. She smiled in response, though there was a small voice she had been suppressing for years that screamed that her name was Channing. She ruthlessly squashed the irrational thought back down. That girl was gone, and changed the subject. They talked about her quest for signatures, things at his work and her business, and about the community garden meeting that was coming up. He was a curious mix of privileged and sensible, smooth and everyman. She supposed that was a lot like Nick. In fact, as the evening went on, she found herself seeing more similarities between the men. After she was back home that night, Comfrey started to wonder if the reason she had liked Tony so much right from the beginning was because she had subconsciously been reminded of Nick. Or maybe they were just both her type, and that was the issue. They were both businessmen who enjoyed getting their hands in the dirt the same way she did, though she hadn't known Nick would be like that. Nick's willingness to descend from the lofty heights her father preferred had been proven in both the community garden and milking the goats that morning. It was funny how she hadn't thought of either man as being her type until a few months ago. She had known Tony from the community garden, but it wasn't until she had nearly seen him purchased at the bachelor auction fundraiser by Tiffany Traynor, one of the women who had gone out of their way to cause trouble for Piper, that things had changed. Comfrey hadn't wanted that viper to get her claws into Tony, so she had outbid her by a very nice margin. Since the money went to charity, she didn't feel the least sorry about the purchase price, even if she had only done it out of friendship at the time. Funny how that one random date had turned into something more. What exactly it had become, she wasn't entirely sure. Besides the day he had asked about her relationship with Nick, they had never discussed their own relationship. Despite their great conversations and some very, very nice kisses, she wasn't sure how she felt about a long-term relationship with him. She settled into bed that night, telling herself to give it more time. There was no rush to figure everything out right now. As Nick's face floated through her mind, she wondered if that was true. Chapter 11. In addition to canvassing several neighborhoods each day, gathering signatures on her petition for a spot variance, Comfrey learned more about each of the city councilmen and tracked them down in their places of business or favorite lunchtime haunts, laying the groundwork for her petition at the upcoming meeting. She found Councilman Carter at Freddy's Bar and Grill at lunchtime on Tuesday and was glad to find him sitting with Victoria, whom she knew from the monthly Women in Business lunches. "Hi, Victoria. How are things going?" "Great, just great. How are you, Comfrey?" "I'm well. Busy as always. It looks like Indulgence Row is taking off. How many businesses are they renovating for right now anyway?" "6 are moving in, if you count those under renovation. There's always something new and exciting to see over there." "Have you been to visit since Sweet Confections changed locations?" "Yes. I was there with Adeline and some other friends for a cake tasting on Friday night. It was all absolutely delicious." Comfrey shot a glance at the councilman, and Victoria took the thinly veiled hint. "Have you ever met Councilman Carter?" "Clint Carter. He's over roads and sidewalks." "I've seen you when I've attended council meetings, but I don't believe we've ever met." Comfrey stretching out her hand for a shake. "Comfrey Huxley. You've been doing a great job with getting the construction completed down in my neighborhood. I know it must take a lot of effort to stay on top of everything in a city this size." "It does, but public service is good for the soul." "Where have I heard your name lately?" "Probably having to do with the spot variance I requested for the land I bought. It shouldn't be a big deal. It's surrounded by farmland on 3 sides and big enough for almost a dozen cows, but I just want a variance for small livestock. There's a lot of support in the neighborhood, and my petition is definitely gaining traction. Of course, the city laws about farm animals are perfectly understandable for places in the heart of the city, but out on the fringe of town, there's not really a reason to prevent people from a few small animals." She thought that chickens were always sensible if you had a yard, but they were talking about goats here. She would focus on that fight for now. "Chicken are small animals, Miss Huxley. Goats are not." Though she was discouraged that he didn't seem interested in considering any other options, she smiled and pressed on. "There are many kinds of goats, and the ones I bought are a much smaller breed than the meat goats that some people around here raise. My sheep are larger, but still nothing like even a smaller, homestead-sized cow. Anyway, I'm not here to bend your ear about my petition. There will be plenty of time for that at the meeting. I trust business at your hardware store is going well?" "Of course. We have the best selection around. I noticed that when I was in looking at drawer pulls the other day. I loved the oiled bronze ones with the sun on it." She thought she heard him mutter, "You would," under his breath, but couldn't be sure. Though she was less than thrilled with the way the conversation was going, she merely smiled and pretended she hadn't heard. "Anyway, I'll let you both get back to your lunch. I'm sure Victoria has a few business items to finish up before you both have to get back to work, and I'm getting the high sign from Freddie that my food is ready. You have a great day." "You too? It was good to see you," Victoria said, as Comfrey turned to leave. Comfrey was just taking the bag of food from Freddie when she heard Nick's voice behind her. Was all that about hormone-free, local-grown, non-GMO food just you pulling my leg? She let her eyes close in embarrassment for only a second before turning to face him with a smile. Nope, that's my preferred food choice, but once in a while I indulge in something sinful. I needed to talk to the city councilman over there and heard he might be here, so I decided to do lunch here today. Except you're taking it home? I'm working on my presentation for the council meeting Thursday night. I didn't want to be away from my computer for too long. I only got my lunch a few minutes ago. Come join me, your computer can wait. I could use someone to talk to who isn't beating me over the head with contract changes. No contract changes here, just unending chatter about the laws that need to be changed. Thank goodness. He took her gently by the elbow and led her over to the table where he had been sitting. She noted his laptop open on the table beside his lunch. Didn't he have an office to work in? They kick you out to work at the bar? Who? He asked as he took his seat. Oh yeah, well, I don't work on location every day here. Most of the time I work from my hotel, which is starting to make me a little claustrophobic. You wouldn't want to let me use your kitchen table for a change of venue, would you? I think you're probably better served here. She sat beside him and took out her salad. Who are you working with, anyway? Several clients. One's around here? One is in Kansas City. The others are elsewhere. But who are you working with in KC? You know I can't discuss particulars. Wow, either this is seriously top secret or you are deep in avoidance. Are you afraid it's going to make me angry because they're a dirty company? No. Look, it's a small company and you've been out of the cosmetics business for a long time. You probably won't know the company anyway. He kept his voice low, but there was a slight edge to it that indicated his annoyance at her constant questioning. She pulled back. She had been pushing pretty hard for an answer, and that probably wasn't fair. On the other hand, if this had only been about him needing to keep a company secret while they were in negotiations, she could understand that. There was something more going on with this avoidance, or at least it seemed that way to her. Maybe she was blowing it out of proportion. She drizzled salad dressing onto her meal and picked at the kale and cucumbers with more zest than was completely necessary. Look, I'm sorry. You know how negotiations can be, and your father really wants to keep it hush, hush for now, even from you. Especially from me? She waved a hand as if to erase the comment. Sorry, this has nothing to do with me, I know. I chose to leave the business. Ergo, I have no right to know anything about what you're working on. Tell me instead? I've been meaning to ask. Did Krista and Lauren finally end up getting married? I wondered if he decided to back out before the wedding day. Nope, he didn't back out. She did, when she realized she was pregnant with Sean Markson's baby. Comfrey's head turned as if on a swivel. What? Oh boy, wasn't he supposed to be the best man? Yes, funny how rarely he and Lauren are seen together in public anymore. That's one way to ruin a friendship. What happened with Krista and Sean? Unhappily married nearly 3 years now. Nice phraseology. What? I'm just saying, they have arguments in public all the time. It's unseemly. Of course, all arguments should be kept behind closed doors. Heaven forbid that someone else know your relationship isn't all sunshine and roses. There's a difference between letting those who are close to you know that things aren't all sunshine and roses and being blatant in public about it. All arguments should be worked out between you, and preferably not in the middle of the $1,000 per plate fundraiser for Syrian refugees. Yikes. Yeah, almost anything can be worked through amicably if both people really want to make it work. We never fought when we disagreed on anything. Nope, but whether to get the red sofa or the blue sofa isn't exactly life-changing. You say that now, but at the time you seemed pretty determined on the blue. The red wouldn't have matched the rest of the room at all. Come on, the red was great. All it needed was the right pillows. Your right pillows were yellow. Yellow? No thanks. I bet your apartment makes people's eyes bleed. Do you ever dare bring women there? No need to bring someone home if they can't hold your attention past the second date. No one in 4 years made you want to get connected in a relationship? She asked. One might have managed it, but that time she didn't see a future for us. So nope, not really. Wow. Just wow. You? I thought about it a couple times. They were really good guys, but the first time he was about to finish his internship and go work for Joel Salatin, trust me, it was a great opportunity. The other time was at a PDC class, which only lasted another 3 days, so mostly we just flirted a whole lot, even though I would definitely have been interested in pursuing things under different circumstances. Joel who? And you didn't keep in touch with PDC guy, whatever that is? She chuckled, realizing he wouldn't have a reason to understand context on either. Permaculture design course. We sent a few text messages, but I'm not big on long distance relationships. They're really hard to maintain. Yes, they are. He shot her a considering look. How are things with Tony then? Obviously not serious if you didn't include him in your two. Oh, well, we just started dating a little while ago. I mean, there's definitely something there, but it's not, well, we're taking it as it comes. Why did she have to sound wishy-washy about that? Uh-huh. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Nothing at all. She wanted to believe him, but as she recalled what she had just said, she wondered why she had left him off her list when she had previously told Nick they couldn't date because she was seeing someone. She and Tony had been out on several dates now, and they got along great. What was holding her back? Chapter 12. Tonight's women's group was larger than usual, including the lotto winners, and more than half a dozen other women who had lived at the shelter in the past few years. Quiet, sweet Bennett stood in front, self-consciously pushing back her curly blonde hair from her face as she talked about budgeting and household accounting practices. She had been studying to be an accountant before things with her boyfriend had gotten physically abusive, and she'd had to run with her daughter, so she had more training than any of the other women in this area. Whenever possible, Comfrey tried to have the women share their skills with each other. It boosted confidence and created unity between them. Comfrey wondered how many of these women had come to support Bennett, even if they didn't feel like they needed help with the subject, though she doubted any of them would be going home without learning something new. It was amazing to see this normally shy woman step out of her shell to teach the others about something that she loved. 14 women listened and took notes as Bennett wrapped up the end of the presentation. If you want more specific information, let Comfrey know what aspects you're interested in, and we'll see about covering them another time. The important thing to remember is that you can do this. It just might take some practice, Bennett said, after fielding several questions. Comfrey thanked her as she took her seat on the front row. That was really great. We appreciate you sharing your expertise with us, especially now that Bennett and some of the others in attendance would soon get their lotto checks and have plenty of money to live on. Then again, who needed accounting advice more than someone who had just come into millions of dollars? That was a nice segue into something I've been thinking about for a while now. She sometimes added a few minutes of rah-rah encouragement to the end of a class, to make sure they left feeling good and ready to take on the world, or at least the very real problems that they dealt with on a regular basis. She boosted herself up onto the table at the front of the room and let her feet dangle. This was no time for formality. What words do we use to describe ourselves? You know, when we're talking to ourselves, when no one else can hear us. Maybe it's in our heads, maybe it's aloud. Anyone besides me called yourself an idiot after you did something stupid? She held up her hand to show she was guilty. A few of them also raised a hand, but mostly she got smiles and nods. We all do it, right? Demean ourselves when we're annoyed or frustrated. I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? I can be such a flake sometimes. Why did I forget that important thing? Ugh, I'm getting bags under my eyes, and look at those gray hairs. I look terrible. Several of the women chuckled. I'm sure you've all heard that we begin to believe things that we hear about ourselves, even if we're the ones saying them. So while we need to be honest about our shortcomings to overcome them, we also need to be kind to ourselves. One way I like to do this is to focus on a word that epitomizes a trait I want to embody, or one that I feel I'm doing well, but might need a reminder to hold strong to. Okay, I can see some confused expressions. I'll give you an example. She slid back on the table and crossed her legs in front of her. It was far more comfortable. When I was just out of college, feeling pressured by my father to be one thing, my mother to be something else, and feeling totally like a square peg they were trying to pound into a round hole, I decided that the most important thing I could be was authentic. I realized that I wasn't being authentic, and that if I kept living the life everyone else expected from me, I would never develop that trait. Me, essentially running away from everyday life. That was me trying to be authentic, or at least to figure out who the heck I wanted to be. At the time, all I knew was that I didn't want to be me, Channing Huxley, everyone's doormat. Helps when you have a buttload of money. One of the women on the front row mumbled, guilty as charged. Having money to fall back on helped a ton, but if I hadn't had that, I would have figured it out because I just couldn't keep living the way I was. Now that I've figured it out, I still take time now and then to reevaluate the direction I'm headed to, make sure that it's really what I want, and not what other people think I should want. Since I've spent so much time not being the real me, that is a driving force. I want you all to think about the quality you most want to develop, or that you're already working on, but that is most important to you. This word could be related to motherhood, your business, your spiritual power, whatever thing you want most in life that will drive you to becoming the person you want to be. Find that word, your new power word, and text it to me. If you share your word with people who matter, you are declaring that you're going to become that person someday. It's your power word, so don't let anyone convince you to pick one that doesn't work for you. She threaded her fingers together on her lap, trying not to talk too loudly with her hands. Like Bennett said, you've got this. Don't shortchange yourself and pick something that isn't really important to you because what you really want is too scary. Also, don't think because you pick something today that you can't change your mind and go after a different power word. This shouldn't tie you up in knots because you're fixating on trying to find the absolute perfect power word that will fit you for all time. Circumstances can change, and your focus at that time will also change. Okay, go free and be powerful women. See you next week. Several of the women clapped, and then everyone stood and moved to the back of the room where there were simple refreshments laid out. She stopped to talk to several people before they left, but she made a point of hunting down Bennett while she was still there. You did a terrific job. Bennett touched her stomach as though trying to quell the butterflies still rampaging inside. Thanks, I was so nervous. You hardly seemed like it after the first few minutes. Have you thought about finishing your degree and working in accounting? I hadn't. I've just been struggling to put bread on the table. Heck, to have a table at all until the last few months. But now that I'm going to be a millionaire, I'm trying to decide what to do next. I have options. And they don't have to include the plastics factory, Comfrey said. No, they don't. Hallelujah. But I admit, getting a windfall like this has made the crazies come out of the closet. And they didn't even put my name on the announcements. We're not going to be able to stay in the apartments for long. Deirdre has been looking for something more secure, like a gated community, or, more likely, a fortress. She has definite ideas about the need for security. I can't say that I disagree with her. Comfrey didn't know many specifics about Bennett's background, but she did know that the woman was always wary when she was out in public and didn't do social media at all. She didn't even have a bank account. That indicated Bennett was still afraid of something from her past. Are you looking at staying in town and buying a house or going more rural? Honestly, I don't know. We've talked about lots of options, but I think we're all planning to stay in town. Well, maybe not Vanna. She has some definite thoughts about restarting her matchmaking business, but we'll see what happens. Let me know if you need to talk about anything. I have a listening ear if you need it. Thanks. Bennett gave her a hug before going to collect her daughter from the kids' area. Eventually, the room cleared out and Comfrey put away the last of the chairs. One more great class done. She would need to talk to the women and brainstorm some more classes. Maybe it was time to repeat a few from the early days. There were a lot of new women who had come through the shelter since then. She locked the door behind her and turned toward the parking lot, smiling when she saw Nick leaning back against the hood of her car. His smile bloomed and grew as she drew closer. When she got within earshot without having to yell, she asked, "What brings you by?" "I just wanted to see your smiling face. I know it's only been since lunch since we talked last, but I hoped we could grab dessert or something. I was going to go out and check on the goats. Brain's babies are due any time now, and I wanted to see how she was doing. Care if I tag along?" "No, that's fine. What's going on?" "It's nothing." Her brows furrowed, but she let it go. "Climb in. It shouldn't be too muddy, so your shoes should be fine." She had her mud boots tucked into the corner of the shed so she could change into them whenever she went out there. They drove up the long gravel driveway she had installed that spring, and the goats and sheep came running when she called to them as she got out. Pinky and her babies greeted Comfrey eagerly, but Brain didn't show up. Wondering if the goat got out of the fenced area again, or if she was having her babies, Comfrey headed for the shed to change shoes, then stepped into the pen with Nick on her heels. "Is everything okay? Aren't you missing one?" "I sure am." When they came around the goat shelter, she saw Brain standing in the shade, pawing at the ground. Comfrey walked around, checking the goat's rear end, and could see the string of mucousy grossness starting to emerge that indicated the goat was about to give birth. "Looks like she's going to be a mama soon." "What do we do?" Nick looked a little nervous. "I'm going to get some gloves that I stashed in the shed, and we'll just watch and make sure that everything goes smoothly. She should handle this on her own, really. I'm just here as a backup and to catch the babies as they come out." "How long will it take?" "Just like human childbirth, it varies. From the time the first baby comes out, it could be up to an hour for the last one, depending on how many there are. I don't think it will be very long before the first one shows up." "They have more than one?" "As many as 4. Comfrey grabbed the box of nitrile gloves from the shelf in her shed and took 2. "You want to help, or would you rather just film for me?" She pulled out her vlogging camera. "Okay, I know you do vlogs, but you want to film that?" Comfrey chuckled. "Yes. How do you think I learned what to expect? I went to YouTube, the source of all knowledge." He took 2 gloves for himself. They were very tight, but he managed to stretch them over his large hands. Comfrey grabbed some empty feed bags and the birthing kit she had put together just in case and took them out to the goat pen. After checking to see that there were 2 hooves at the opening, she set down one of the bags under Brain's hindquarters so the baby wouldn't end up on the dirt and waited. "Okay, now this was totally not what I expected when I heard you were becoming a farm girl." Nick set up the camera on the tripod she used most of the time and got it started. "Me either, but I worked with animals at one of my jobs after I left Boston, and they had me herding goats and chickens for a while. Natural systems work better with animals involved in them. Plus, look at those babies." She pointed to the ones running and playing with their mother on the other end of the enclosure. "How could you not want more of them?" "I have to admit, they are adorable." He hunched down beside her, studying her face. Her cell phone beeped, and she looked at it. "Bennett, my word is fearless." "Good for you, Bennett," Comfrey responded, and then tucked it back in her pocket. She had an idea to help the women remember their power words. "What was that?" "An assignment I gave the ladies tonight, about picking a word that embodies a trait that's important to them that they want to develop or strengthen." "What did she say?" "I can't reveal that. It's against the friend code," he grinned. "Do you have a word?" "Yes, authentic." He seemed to mull that over for a moment before saying, "Your mom doesn't have a prayer of pulling you away from here, ever. Does she?" "Not in this lifetime, not if the alternative is becoming her mini-me. Being out here, even in the heat and humidity of summer, makes me feel free in a way I never felt in Boston. It's not just that this is country and not city, it's the whole life change. Dad would never have taken me seriously as a business partner, and I needed to make something that was my own." He nodded slowly. "I think I understand." "I knew you would, if you let yourself." She paused for a moment, weighing whether to say what she was thinking, then decided to go for it. "Of all the things I gave up to come here, You were the only thing I ever regretted." A few seconds passed as he absorbed that. "I'm sorry I wasn't really listening. I'm sorry I didn't try harder to make you listen." Nick touched her shoulder with his gloved hand and leaned in. "I don't just want to be your friend, Chance." She felt something within her give way. Since his arrival, Nick had been slowly chipping away at the wall she had built around her love for him, but she couldn't hold back anymore. She loved him. She would always love him. Nothing could change that, no matter how much she wished things were different. When his lips touched hers this time, it wasn't fast and spur of the moment. She had been thinking about it for nearly 2 weeks and was sure he had been as well. His lips were soft and gentle, testing at first, then pressing for more as she accepted what he gave her. Nick and her, on her farm, she was surrounded by the land she had bought and contoured, planted, and fenced. With the scent of hay and animals surrounding them, Comfrey felt like everything was complete. His hand came up to her cheek, his fingers brushing over her skin, leaving trails of awareness in their wake. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulling him closer, rockets going off in her head as the kiss became more urgent. She had missed him so much, more than she had even realized. Every cell in her body was focused on the feel and taste of him, until Brain kicked some dirt their direction. Comfrey laughed, coughing a little as she inhaled dust and wiped at her face. "Okay, girl, we get it. You want our undivided attention." She looked back over at Nick and saw the same stars in his eyes that she felt whooshing through herself. At least she wasn't alone in this. Whatever happened from now on. Brain made one last panting bleat, and the baby started to come out. Comfrey caught the baby's head and kept it from hitting the ground as the mother pushed the baby out the rest of the way. It was kind of gross and really cool at the same time. She set the first baby on a feed bag and grabbed the mucus suction device to clear out her throat, while Brain turned and started to lick off her first baby. The new mom made little cooing sounds to the kid, who bleated back. Taking an old worn towel from the birthing kit, Comfrey helped wipe the baby a little, then let the mom finish cleaning it up while they waited for the next birth. "Birth is messy," Nick summed up. "But I guess miracles don't always come easy. Look at us." Comfrey smiled, but looked back to Brain, not sure how to respond. There was still the insurmountable distance between them. She leaned against his shoulder and he drew her close as they watched the mother and baby. For one night, she wouldn't worry about what came after. The sun had gone down, and the solar lights she had installed on the animal shelter had been running for a while before Comfrey decided she was done and really needed to get home. Brain had given birth to 3 tiny goats, giving Comfrey 5 little ones, 3 boys and 2 girls, plus the 2 mamas. "You're getting quite the menagerie," Nick said as they returned the unused birthing supplies to the shed and threw the garbage in a sealed can she kept on site. "You haven't seen anything yet. Birds are coming next, but not until after I've straightened everything out with the city." He slid his hand into hers, threading their fingers together. "But you know what varieties and breeds you want." "Of course." She grinned up at him, and he leaned down to kiss her again. It came naturally, as if they had always been together without the 4 lost years. She would have to take a step back and figure out what she really wanted. Because if her heart was really with Nick, then she couldn't date Tony anymore, despite the fact that there was no hope for her future with Nick.
Chapter 13. The more time Nick spent in Crystal Creek, the better he liked it, and the more he was certain that Comfrey wasn't going to budge no matter what her parents wanted. Should he just tell her father that it was a lost cause and go home? If he hadn't found himself falling for her again, harder and faster than the first time, he would have left already. Or tried to, though he doubted Mr. Huxley would allow him to go before he was certain it was really a lost cause. He wondered if he should get out now, before he got so entangled in her that he couldn't leave her. Losing her the first time had been nearly debilitating, and he could tell that if he stayed, it would be every bit as bad the second time around. Why was he still there? Didn't he know that it would get harder to leave every day? Or maybe he didn't want to leave. That thought made him stop and reconsider everything. What would happen if he could convince her to really give him another chance? Would he be willing to stay, with her on that crazy farm she had planned and work for someone else? Heaven knew her father wouldn't allow him to work remotely like this for much longer. Then again, they wanted Channing and Nick to marry. This could accomplish that, but he figured they wanted her back under their thumbs more. Nick wondered if that was what he wanted for himself, to have her back in his pat little world instead of the slightly messy, far more complex one she had created for herself. But she wouldn't be the woman he was starting to love again if she returned to the life that her parents wanted for her. Maybe it was time to start looking at other employment possibilities, starting in Crystal Creek. His first stop was to go visit Adeline. She worked with businesses in town and would know what companies might be in need of another attorney, or at least she could point him in the right direction. Worst case scenario, he might have to commute into Kansas City, but that was close enough it wouldn't be the end of the world. A few minutes later, Adeline greeted him as he entered her office. "Nick, it's good to see you. What can I do for you?" He took a seat across from her desk in her office. It was uncluttered and efficient, yet the blue-green paint was soothing as well. A perfect combination for the classy woman across from him. "I'm thinking about making a change, as in moving out here permanently. You know all of the businesses in the city, and I wondered if you had any suggestions of places to start checking into." Her brows lifted. "You're going to move here permanently?" He pursed his lips. "I just started considering the possibility. I haven't mentioned it to anyone else yet. In other words, don't say anything to Comfrey. I hate to ask that because I know you're good friends, but I don't want to say anything until our relationship has time to find equilibrium." "Did you say Comfrey?" a woman's voice asked from behind him. Nick wished he had thought to close the door behind him when he had entered the room. He turned back to see a woman who was pushing 50. "Yes. That nice girl who's helping with the garden?" "Yes. How many Comfreys did the woman know? She's such a fine young woman." The lady looked him up and down. "I think I saw you with her the other day downtown somewhere. Are you fixin' to push Tony out?" She let out a cackling laugh. Never did think she and Tony fit together very well. If it hadn't been for the auction, they never would have gotten together. Mark my words. "Anyway, Adeline, I needed to let you know that Clint Carter would like to talk to you when you have a chance to call him back." "No problem, thanks." Adeline made a note on a pad beside her. The other woman sidled out of the room. "Auction?" Nick asked when they were alone again. "A bachelor auction that the local Women in Business group organized last month to raise money for autism. Comfrey ended up buying Tony to save him from a much worse fate." "What? No one wanted him?" "Oh no, there were some interested ladies, but the woman who would have won, well, we'll just say that she's not someone I would wish on an enemy, let alone a friend. Comfrey made a very generous donation to save him. Helps when you're rich as Midas. Not that he didn't have his own money coming in a few years, but he had to wait until he was 30. Adeline waved that away. "Oh, she's not that rich." He lifted a brow in response, and Adeline blinked. Apparently, she didn't realize how big the trust fund was now that Chance was over 25. He knew her parents were angry that Bryant's mother had left her money, which had made it much easier for her to strike out on her own. The fact that Chance had chosen to live a much simpler life than her finances would have enabled showed how sensible she was. She could have been jet-setting around the world, but chose, as she said, a smaller existence in a big way. Well, however much, it was still very generous of her, and Tony appreciated dodging the bullet. There was nothing between them until the auction? He hadn't gotten any real details about the man from Chance so far, but then he hadn't pushed. I don't know that I would say that exactly. There was definitely interest, but I don't think either of them had acted on it. Adeline reviewed something on her computer screen, though that may have been to avoid eye contact with him. Great. Nick wondered what else Chance had neglected to mention about her relationship with Tony. Was he wasting his time looking into jobs in the area? Look, if you're considering moving here, especially if it's at all because of her, you should tell her. She needs to know that you're not going to disappear in a few days, never to be seen again. I will, when I've figured out a few things. So about the companies who might need a contract lawyer. Adeline listed off 8, giving him the name of the person he should contact if she knew it, and what kind of business they ran. Nick was still trying not to let the bachelor auction bug him when he left nearly 10 minutes later. It was stupid. Did it really matter how Chance and Tony started dating? The fact was that they were, but she had kissed him anyway. If he didn't like it, he would have to convince her to focus on him.
The beginning notes for Shut Up and Dance With Me came onto Adeline's phone again, and the ladies began the opening steps for Piper's wedding dance. They had worked on it 3 previous nights, and Maddie had filmed herself doing the moves she had choreographed so they could practice on their own. It was less than 2 weeks until they would perform it at Piper's wedding, and Comfrey was starting to get nervous about making a fool of herself. She had barely had time to sleep lately, and it didn't look like things were going to get better anytime soon. Gathering signatures for her petition had taken up more time than she had expected, but she was almost done. Piper started the dance with Maddie and Adeline jumping in a couple bars later. Comfrey brought up the rear with one of Piper's cousins, and the 5 of them went through the motions, some doing better at them than others. Comfrey remembered why it was she had given up on those ballet lessons her mom had put her in when she was 6. She was not the most graceful person around. She didn't exactly stumble, but she would never be on So You Think You Can Dance either. Circle the arms and down, Maddie directed as they came to the final notes. It was a good thing they were practicing this in the extra room at the library. None of their homes was big enough for them to move around in. I think we've got it, Piper said. Speak for yourself. Comfrey rolled her shoulders. After putting in all of the fence earlier this summer, she would have thought that her muscles would all be limber and happy, but they weren't. They were whining and defiant. You're doing fine. You just need to figure out how to make another couple of hours each day so you can find time to practice on your own, Adeline said. No kidding. I only need 10 more signatures. I'll find some people to sign it tomorrow morning and have it turned into the office before lunch. And then it would be over. Sort of. She would still have to face them and plead her case, but at least she could do the rest of the preparations in her air-conditioned home. She had been keeping her vlogs shorter than usual the past week to give her extra time for pounding the pavement. She hated bureaucracy. Anyone else up for some frozen custard? Maddie asked after they went through the dance 2 more times. Me. Each of them lifted their hands and agreed. All right, let's clean this up and head to Mike's. Mike's Burgers had started as little more than a sidewalk stand, had graduated to a mom-and-pop restaurant, and was now one of the busiest places in town, and they had the best frozen custard and custard shakes Comfrey had ever eaten, and they were all about clean, local ingredients, which she loved even more. She gave Adeline a ride to Mike's. How are things with Nick? Adeline asked. That's a good question. I want to say that they're great, that I'm amazed at how well we get along, and how the old feelings have returned. Do I hear a but? Of course there's a but. In this case, but he's going back to Boston, mostly likely very soon. It's stupid to let myself fall for him all over again, knowing that he's not going to be around for long. I'm not leaving here, and his job is there. But you love him? Yes. Honestly, I don't think I ever stopped. I just told myself that I had. Love can overcome almost any obstacle if you both want it enough. That's what the songs all say. The question was how much she wanted it. Then it must be true. Look, give yourself a break from stressing about how it will happen and enjoy the time you have. You might be surprised. As Comfrey pulled into the parking lot, she wondered if it was true. 1,000 signatures. It was a whole lot of paper and effort, but Comfrey handed them into the city planning and zoning department first thing on Monday morning. There were only 3 days until the city council meeting when she would have to plead her case, and she wanted to prepare for it. She dressed in something comfortable but professional and walked the file into the planning department. Hi, I have a variance request to drop off. Do I leave that with you? She asked the dumpy-looking 60-something man. Yes. He took the papers and scanned through them. You want to raise goats? He sneered. Yes, but I'm on the edge of the city and zoned agricultural, so everyone around me has farm animals. She forced herself to keep a happy expression on her face. even though the man seemed to think she was little more than a bug if she wanted animals. You know it has to go before the city council. They're next on my list. I already have it on the agenda for Thursday. Great. We'll look it over and make a suggestion to the city council. Comfrey could already tell what his suggestion wouldn't be. Oh well, she really only had to get the councilman to agree. She had a class to prepare for a permaculture training in a few weeks, plants to get in the ground, and she still needed to finish up landscaping plans for a client. She was not going to let a sour man get her down. She doubted they thought she could reach the 1,000 signatures. It had taken a ton of time and derailed her from other projects for days, but she did it. Nothing and no one was going to stop her from what she needed to do. Chapter 14. Goats could be a pain. Yes, Comfrey had already known this, more or less. She had worked with them when she was woo-woofing several years earlier, but that had been on property that already had established fencing. She had watched dozens of videos, read as many blog posts or more, and 3 books on the subject. But despite her best efforts, the darn animals had both gotten out of her pen overnight. They had still been on the property, munching their way down the bank, and plenty of Queen Anne's lace. It was a good thing she had plenty of milk in the freezer, and Deirdre had recently asked for milk for making soap with, because the fresh milk was going to taste nasty for the next few days. Soap would be the only option. After repairing the fence and luring them back in with treats, she managed to milk Pinky, feed and water everyone, and weed some of the fall squash she had planted in the spring. She would have more weeding to do for the summer produce in her yard, but that could wait until things cooled off in the evening. When she arrived back home, she was sweaty, dirty, and ready for a power nap. But the shiny red BMW parked in front of her house didn't bode well. When her gaze followed the front walk up to her porch, she found her mother sitting there, looking oh so proper on the porch swing, though her face was a little red from overheating and her usually crisp outfit was slightly wilted. "What is she doing here?" Comfrey muttered. There was only one way to find out. She emerged from the car and reached into the back to grab the cooler of milk she had placed there nearly an hour earlier. "Where have you been? I've been waiting more than 30 minutes." Clarissa Huxley's imperious tone carried easily into the neighbors' yards. "Hello, Mother. Isn't this a surprise to see you? Give me a moment, and we can get in out of the heat." She unlocked the door and went straight to the kitchen to get the milk in the fridge. She pulled out a dry erase marker and put a big X over the bottle so she would remember which ones were not for drinking. She had already messaged Deirdre about having some set aside for her. "You look very disheveled. Is this how you always appear when you go out in public?" Clarissa looked over the stained glass style paintings Comfrey had been creating for the women at the shelter with their power words. "I wasn't in public. I was on my property south of town, milking a goat, feeding the goats and sheep, weeding, and generally boiling in this heat." Though she had already downed nearly a quart of water, she pulled some sweet tea from the fridge and poured herself a glass. "Would you like some sweet tea? It's fresh. It's a funny color. That's the lavender I put in it, along with the chamomile and lemon extract. I think even your discerning palate will appreciate it." She pulled down a second glass and poured some before her mother could answer. "What brings you to town? A mother can't drop in on her daughter for a visit without ulterior motives." Comfrey handed the glass to her mother and started to gather up the dried paintings to finish up later. "Sure, when the mother lives nearby. Since you had to fly in from Boston, deal with getting a rental car, and negotiate the roads here, all without giving me a heads up, I'm thinking it wasn't a casual visit you had in mind." "Milking goats? Really? You could be doing so much more." As usual, her mother evaded instead of getting to the point. Then again, maybe this was the point, though usually Clarissa was happy to limit the majority of her nagging to phone calls. "This is what I want to do, and I enjoy teaching others some of the skills I've been learning." Comfrey leaned back against the counter and studied her mother over the top of her glass. She looked older somehow, worried, despite the perfect makeup and hair. "That's ridiculous." "Your opinion is noted. She didn't bother to tell her mom that spending all day shopping at Saks or trying on clothes for the perfect party was ridiculous. There was no point fighting back. What brings you for this impromptu visit? I just wanted to see how you're doing. You're always too busy to talk when I call, and you only answer my emails with terse answers. They aren't terse, but she did avoid most contact with her parents. It didn't help that there was nothing in her life that they found up to their standards, and nothing was beneath their notice and derisive comment. Just talking with them was an exercise in frustration. They most certainly are. Anyway, I didn't come here to argue with you about that. About something else, then. Would you mind resting in the air conditioning while I clean up? As you noted, my attire is for work, not social engagements. Of course, just put on something nice for a change and then we can find somewhere decent for lunch. So much for spending the day getting through a pile of work that had been waiting. Yes, ma'am. Channing, dear, don't call me ma'am. It makes me feel old. Yes, of course. When her mother turned 90, she would still not admit that she was no longer 25. Comfrey was quick to shower and change into something more appropriate, which she already knew would fall far from her mother's standards, even though it would be perfectly appropriate. That's very interesting, her mother said with a moue of distaste when Comfrey entered the room in a blouse and skirt that would have worked in any business office in the country. Most likely, her disappointment was due to the fact that the dress was from 2 years earlier and therefore hopelessly out of date. It's either this or an evening gown, and I don't think you had that in mind. Clarissa shook her head. We really need to work on your wardrobe. Mother, I don't have much need for this kind of outfit, and my other one is at the dry cleaner. If 16-year-old you could see you now. Clarissa sighed heavily. Well, it can't be helped. Come along. I'm not eating at the places you took us to last time. I called Nicholas, who understands the need for a good meal, and asked him for quality restaurants. I'm surprised he's been able to find them quickly when you obviously didn't after 2 years. Or maybe I'm not surprised. Comfrey gritted out a smile. You've been in contact with Nick? I called him this morning while I was waiting for my flight. Great. Where did you have in mind? La Grenouille. Her mother named the restaurant where Tony had taken her for dinner only a few nights ago. Comfrey nodded. I know where that is. She followed her mother back out to the car and got into the passenger side. Wondering why Nick hadn't given her a heads up, she pulled out her phone to send a text message and found one from him. Heads up. Your mom called for restaurants in the area. I don't know when she's coming, but it can't be long. Thanks for the heads up. Too bad I didn't see this until after I found her on my doorstep. Who are you messaging? Nick. Invite him to join us. I haven't seen him in ages. I'm sure he's busy with work. Nonsense. He has enough time to see us. Ask him. Only don't text. Call like a civilized person. Young people today are so lazy. Turn left at the next light. Comfrey forced a smile and brought up the calling app. Her mother wouldn't give up until she had gotten her way. If her way was forcing Comfrey and Nick together, that's what would happen. Thankfully, she was actually looking forward to seeing him again, though they hadn't discussed their unlikely future yet. I suppose you've seen Nick once or twice since he got here. You do have his number. It was more a statement than a question. Yes, he found me the first day. We've met either by accident or design, often since. He seems to like his job well enough. You know how your father treats his employees. What's not to love? Comfrey doubted Nick was any more beholden to his paycheck for survival than she was. He must be reasonably happy there. Otherwise, why would he stay? Deciding the question did not require an answer, she dialed his number. Hi, Nick, she greeted when he picked up. What are you doing for lunch? I was going to have a burger at my desk, but if you have something else in mind. Mom and I are going to La Grenouille. Meet us there in 10? Great. See you then. She hung up before he could make excuses. If she had to suffer through this, he was going to be there too. The maitre d' led them to a table within a couple of minutes, and they were sipping from their water glasses when Nick joined them. 5 minutes late, but Comfrey supposed he may have needed to change into something that would please her mother. He sure seemed to work from his hotel a lot. Nicholas, It's such a pleasure to see you. It seems like an age. Clarissa greeted him when he joined them at the table. It's very nice to see you again, too, Mrs. Huxley. How are things in Boston? Have you seen my mother lately? She said she missed you at the Millers' party last weekend. Comfrey was amazed that he managed to keep up on what was going on back home while he was here. Then again, his mother did tend to gossip a lot, so he probably couldn't help it. Yes, I was very sorry to miss that one, especially considering what happened to Sissy Dawkins. Such a scandal. She smiled in memory. Oh well, one can only keep up with so many events, and we were engaged 3 times over that night. Feeling like she had been transported back to Regency times and the goings-on of the season, Comfrey studied her menu. She knew her mother would be dying to talk about whatever happened with Sissy, but that was the last thing Comfrey cared to talk about. I suppose you've been filling my daughter's ear with goings-on back home, Clarissa said to Nick. I don't suppose you've been able to make her nostalgic for everything she gave up to milk goats, have you? No, she seems pretty entrenched and happy with her life. She's doing a lot of good here. Comfrey's head shot up and she stared at him, not expecting that comment from him. I really think I am. Clarissa glared at Nick, then patted Comfrey on the hand. I'm sure that you could do good in Boston as well, honey. No one can throw a fundraiser like a Huxley, and you know they always need help organizing the firemen's ball. That's a very worthy cause and far less stinky. It certainly is, but not how she wanted to spend her time. I'm actually working on a fundraiser for the fall. We're doing a carnival to raise money for the local women and children's shelter. Oh, well, that's very good. I'm sure you'll be able to get all the right people there. Her voice was thoroughly unconvinced. The waiter brought Nick a glass of water and stayed to take their orders. Her mother asked for the specials and then predictably ordered a Cobb salad with the dressing on the side. Nick steered the conversation to what was going on in Boston, though if he had heard already about her mother's absence at the party Saturday night, then he had probably heard everything of note already. Not that Comfrey was complaining, as it left less time for her mother to pry and find fault with her daughter's life. Comfrey listened just enough to know when to make noises of surprise or agreement, but her mind was already mulling options for her client's property. Then it's settled. We'll have dinner together again tonight. Her mother tapped the cloth napkin at the corner of her mouth and then set it on the table beside her plate. I need to get into the city to meet with another member of the DAR. Nick, could you please drop Comfrey at home for me? I'm afraid it will make me late. Of course, Mrs. Huxley. I'd be happy to. Thank you. Comfrey took a sip of her water and the last bite of chicken, then stood with the other 2. It didn't really matter what she wanted. Apparently, her mom would do her best to orchestrate things her way while she was in town. Not that she minded spending time with Nick, but her mom didn't know that, which brought her back to the point. Mother, how long do you plan to be in town? A few days at least. I haven't seen you for so long. Obviously, you need to do some shopping, and I have a few errands to run, but I'm hoping to spend lots of time with my daughter, catching up. And of course, we'll need to see Nicholas often while I'm here. It's so nice to have a friendly face around when one is out of one's element. Of course. Comfrey noticed that her mother ignored the dryness of her tone. Great, I'll see you both later. She air-kissed their cheeks and made a graceful exit. She's very subtle, Nick said dryly once they were alone. So very. Sorry you got sucked into this. She'll probably want to throw us together for every meal other than breakfast. She paused and considered. I wonder where she's staying. She never said. Oh man, do I have to clean up my spare room? She slid her purse strap over her shoulder and they headed toward the door. I'm sure you're fine. She couldn't possibly stay anywhere without room service. Hello, didn't you know that's my middle name? Channing Room Service Huxley. He slid his hand into hers, giving it a squeeze. And all this time I thought it was Channing Sexy Woman Huxley. Only to you. I can handle that. He brought her hand to his lips to kiss her knuckles and led her out to his car. Dang it, he had always done that. It was one of the little things she had loved about him. I'm sorry. I know having her here is going to disrupt your schedule. Hey, I get paid even if she makes me take 3-hour lunches, and your family's company will do the paying. You, on the other hand, have a lot on your plate right now that needs to get done. I'll survive. At least the petition is signed and turned in now. That should free up time to get back to business in the moments she allows me to work. Sorry she's being so blatant about throwing us together. It's no problem. You know I love spending time with you. Besides, she's your mom. I knew this would happen when she asked about restaurants. I've known for years that you can't stop a Huxley once they set their mind on something. Comfrey managed not to wince, outwardly at least, at the light barb. He may not have intended it to wound her, but it had. When they dated before, he had always said she was a force of nature. She supposed, if she was trying to be honest, that she got that from her mother. Anyway, thanks. He pulled to a stop in front of her cottage. No problem. You've always been too good to me. You didn't break up with me because I was too good. Ouch. Nick, no, sorry. Forget I said it. That wasn't fair. You split with me because you had things you needed to do with your life. Toast that he rate sent. Things that didn't fit with the life we were headed toward at the time. And you were young and still hadn't figured out exactly what you needed to be happy. That's really true. She wasn't sure if he could ever understand just how true. If she had realized then just how miserable she would be without him, she would have made a different choice. But it's not true now. I can't go back to Boston. His cell phone started ringing, and one glance at the display in his car said it was work. We need to talk about this, but I better get that. Disappointed, she nodded. I'll see you tonight. Okay. He looked thoroughly disgruntled as he punched the talk button on his steering wheel. Comfrey slipped out of the car and headed toward her house. She knew what Nick had said, and maybe he was right. Maybe he did actually understand her better than she had thought, but that didn't mean that they had a prayer of a future together. She shut the front door behind her and let out a strangled scream. She didn't need this extra stress in her life right now. She let out a long, deep breath, pushing the tension out of her system as she did, then tried it a couple more times before shutting it all away and turning her mind to work. Keeping all of those concerns shut out while she worked might not be as easy as she would like, but she would do her best. Who knew how long before her mother showed up to drag her off shopping somewhere for clothes she didn't need? Chapter 15, Comfrey. Spent 2 days trying to keep the peace with her mother, who thankfully had gotten a hotel room across town. They went shopping, so Clarissa could apparently try to replace her daughter's entire wardrobe with one of her own personal taste, though Comfrey did manage to veto several items that she knew she would never wear. She went for the mani-pedi appointment Clarissa set for the two of them and enjoyed the rare pampering, even if her hands would look terrible again within a few days, thanks to her work in the garden. She was extremely grateful for Nick, who showed up for nearly every meal, by royal command. He always managed to deflect criticism off Comfrey before it could really get going. She would owe him big time for all of that when her mom finally went away. Meanwhile, she and Tony had exchanged a few text messages, but they hadn't had time to see each other. She really needed to talk to him. Soon. Thursday afternoon, Comfrey had gotten a couple hours respite while her mom met with some social contact. Satisfaction welled through Comfrey as she looked over the printed copy of the Larkins landscaping plan. She double-checked her list of things to consider to ensure she addressed all of them or had a specific reason why that wouldn't work, then printed it in color. She was rolling it up for delivery the next day when her doorbell rang. She glanced out the window and realized her mother was back already. "Hi, come on in," she greeted as she opened the door. Clarissa breezed on in, as if she owned the place, wrinkling her nose, as usual, at the large clay bench that acted as a heater as well as a sofa. It was one of Comfrey's favorite things in the cottage. "I'll be glad when you're out of this place. Could I get a cup of tea?" Of course. Glad that she had already finished the most time-sensitive project on that day's to-do list, Comfrey bit back her annoyance at the interruption and moved to the kitchen to steep water in the teapot. "How was your meeting?" "Fine, I suppose. She really is short-sighted, though." Comfrey's phone rang, and she pulled it from her pocket to answer. "It's rude to take phone calls when you have guests." It's also rude to show up unannounced on someone's doorstep in the middle of the workday, Comfrey mumbled to herself. Clarissa didn't do this to her husband, but for some reason she thought Comfrey's schedule wasn't nearly as important. What was that? Nothing. She accepted the call. Hello? Hi, Comfrey. This is Jay. How are things going? Really well. Are you all ready for the PDC next month? That's what I'm calling about. Registration numbers were too low. We're going to have to cancel this one. Oh, that's too bad. And very disappointing. She and Jay had been trying to juggle their schedules so she could teach a few modules at one of his PDCs for more than a year. The September class had been the first time that had worked for both of them. I know. We've had a lot of interest in holding one in early October instead. We'd still like to have you teach if you can make it work. That could get a little dicey with the carnival she was helping with, but she should be able to make it work. Yes, I want to. Send me the dates and I'll block it out in October. Will do. Talk to you later. Bye. Comfrey set the phone on the counter after the call ended. What was that? Clarissa asked. I was supposed to teach at a gardening training class, but registration was too low this time. They're rescheduling it for October instead. People don't really want to know how to garden in the fall. They're sick of growing things by then. Tension started to build between her shoulder blades. No, they aren't. It's just a rough time of year. It'll be fine. Besides, I have my hands full with other things. If we end up having to wait a few months before we run the next PDC, it'll be fine. It's a sign that this isn't where you belong, Channing. It is not. It is. You've been spinning your wheels here, accomplishing nothing for years. It's time you come home where you belong. You and Nicholas obviously still have that spark that brought you together in the first place. Your matchmaker brought us together in the first place, Comfrey said, though there had been definite sparkage from the first meeting. Yes, and she was right about you two, wasn't she? Why do you think your father and I sent him here to convince you to come home if it wasn't because the two of you are such a great fit? Comfrey had to set her hand on the countertop to steady herself. Did she hear that right? You what? Oh, come on. Like your father needs one of his contract lawyers to spend weeks in this podunk town that just happens to be where you live? He's here because he was told to come, to convince you to return with him. Aching at the thought that she had been totally duped by Nick, Comfrey straightened her shoulders and focused on her mom instead of the hurt she was feeling. I've told you that I'm happy here and that I don't plan to move back to Boston. Why would you put him in an impossible position like that? He's not going to succeed, no matter how hard he tries, which means he's going to disappoint the two of you, and it could cause him problems with Dad, who is his boss. Clarissa waved that away as trivial. Oh, he'll be fine. You two are together, so there's no reason you won't come back. Whatever tiff you had before is mended, so just come home. The teapot signaled that the water was ready and Comfrey turned back to shut it off, then faced her mother, knowing what she had to do, and mourning that their relationship always had to suck so bad. I have to ask you to leave, Mom. You just keep cutting me out of your life. No, you're cutting my life out of yours because you refuse to listen to a single word I say. You want a great life for me. That's really nice. But it turns out that my idea of great and yours are wildly different. And it doesn't matter what I say or what I want, you don't hear a single word. Let me lay it out for you in plain English. I didn't leave Nick because we had a tiff. I left him because I couldn't stand the thought of living the life that you had planned for me. I felt suffocated, not by him, but by you. I'm not moving back to Boston. I love it here. I have a great life, and I'm making a difference here, even if you refuse to see it. I don't want the life you have. I'm really, really glad that it makes you happy, but it never made me happy. This is what I choose, and it doesn't matter what you say or do. My feelings aren't going to change just because you want them to. If Nick thinks he's going to convince me to return to Boston, he's completely crazy, and you need to give him a break. She paused to take in a breath, and thankfully her mother was too shocked to interrupt. Slightly calmer, Comfrey said the hardest words she had ever had to say aloud. Now, I'm sure that all of this was your way of trying to show me that you care, But this is my line in the sand, Mother. If you can't accept me and the life I'm making here, then you don't have a place in my life. Until you can keep your opinions to yourself and be happy that I'm happy, even if my happiness is not found in the life you have chosen, then you don't need to be here, and I don't need to go home for visits. You're kicking me out? I raised you better than that. For all of these years, I've shown you nothing but respect. It's really too bad that you couldn't return the favor. Comfrey picked up her mother's purse and handed it to her. Tell Daddy I love him. I hope you decide to accept me for who I am someday. Until then, you know where the door is. Her mother didn't say a word, just stared at Comfrey for a long moment before turning and stalking out. Comfrey shut the door behind her mother and turned the locks, then leaned her head against the door and cried. Comfrey had slid from sad and betrayed to furious by the time the meeting with the city councilman rolled around that night. Her request for spot zoning was last on the docket, and she wondered if it was their way of hoping there wouldn't be time for it. She left before Nick was supposed to be there to pick her up, and selected a seat between Adeline and Tony. When Nick sent a text to ask where she was, she acted as if she had no idea that he was going to pick her up. She would talk to him about all of this, just not until after the fate of her farm had been decided. Even a force of nature could only focus full attention on one crisis at a time. She waited while the council debated upgrades to the park picnic tables, and was curious when they discussed the possibility of adding another water tower on the west side of town to accommodate some new subdivision plans that had been submitted. She was starting to worry that they would adjourn before finally reaching her property. Regarding changing the spot zoning for the property located at Section 4, Township 10, Range 20. Channing Huxley, are you here? She stood wearing one of the very professional outfits her mother had foisted upon her the previous day. Whatever else she could say about her mother, the woman did have excellent taste. I'm Channing. My property is on the edge of the incorporated city limits and is thus subject to city laws regarding livestock. However, it is surrounded on 3 sides by properties that are zoned agricultural according to county rules, so they all have livestock. I have a full 10 acres, and I'm requesting a spot zoning variance to allow me to have small livestock under 300 pounds on the property. As you can see, I have gathered over 1,000 signatures on the petition from those who support this change, including the majority of the neighbors who are also in the city limits and do not have or want animals. The man in front of her shifted a few papers. I don't see the petition here. Does anyone else have it? He asked the men and woman at the table with him. At their chorus of no, Comfrey presented them with the extra copy she had printed out, just in case. Oh, I see. The councilman seemed disconcerted that she had brought a copy with her. Thanks. No problem. She had scanned it into her computer before she filed the original, so she could provide another copy if something happened to the original. She didn't want to think that it had been deliberately left behind, but she couldn't help but wonder. All right, then. This issue is open to deliberations. The councilman batted the pros and cons back and forth for only a couple of minutes before determining that allowing a zoning variance would set a terrible precedent that would open them up to many other similar requests. As one man put it, why? Then we might have to change the law entirely if we have enough people asking for a variance. Since Comfrey thought the law should be changed, she was extremely proud of herself for not responding to that idiotic comment. Is there anything I can do to get you to allow this variance? We could put conditions on it regarding acreage, which would eliminate almost every piece of land that isn't on the outskirts of town, she asked when they had made the final decision. No, sorry, we can't make an exception like this for someone in the city limits. I'm really very sorry. Perhaps you need to look at different property instead. The councilman with the gavel ended the meeting, and Comfrey's hope with a sharp bang. Tony slid an arm around her shoulder and pulled her into a sideways hug. I'm sorry. I know how important this was to you. She turned her face into his chest for a moment, wishing it was Nick's instead.
Chapter 16, From 3 Rows Back. Nick watched the despair slide onto Comfrey's face and felt it mirrored in his chest when she snuggled up to Tony for comfort. That should have been him. It would have been him if she had waited for him to pick her up like they had discussed. Why was she here sitting with that guy anyway? Nick could have sworn that things between Comfrey and himself had been getting serious again. Why was she still hanging out with that jerk? He held back his frustration, wanting to be the support she needed. He waited until the crowd thinned out enough that he could get to where Comfrey was talking with several of her friends. "Hey, rotten luck. I'm really sorry they wouldn't go along with it," he told her. "You know a thing or two about going along, don't you?" she asked, then turned back to the redhead, Piper, to finish their conversation. Nick was confused. Why was she acting so cold? Of course, she was disappointed. Who wouldn't be? But that didn't explain why she had sounded so angry with him. He followed them out the door and downstairs to the exit, then ground his teeth as Tony walked her to her car, Nick on their heels. Nick didn't want to be a jerk about the other guy, but apparently it was time they had a DTR. He hated that talk. He hated seeing her with another guy even more. When Tony was about to shut her into the driver's seat of her car, Nick grabbed the door and kept it open. "Sorry, I need a chat with her before she leaves." Tony's brows lifted. "I think she's kind of upset with you right now. Any idea why?" None, but he wasn't about to admit it. If so, that's between her and me. Comfrey put her hand up, stopping the conversation before it could become more than that. "Tony, it's fine. Thanks for helping with the petitions and for supporting me tonight. You've been great. Anytime, beautiful." He winked, nodded to Nick, and strolled to his car several rows away. When he was out of earshot, Nick turned back to Comfrey. "Why are you mad at me? Don't say you aren't, because you obviously are, and I have no idea why. Mom told me today about why you're really here." Though his lungs felt like they were shrinking, he put on his best attorney face. "I'm here on business. I told you that all along." "Yes, personal family business. You let me believe that you were working in the area and showed up on my doorstep because you wanted to see me. But it turns out that wasn't true. You're here because my dad ordered you to come here. Because you were tasked with getting my wandering little butt home to be the perfect little lapdog they always wanted me to be. Forget it. I'm done with people who can't accept who I am, and I'm done with you, Nicholas Belmont. Go home." She shut the door, blocking him out, and probably would have backed right over his toes if he hadn't moved away when she started the engine. As he watched her drive away, he wondered what he had that was worth going home to.
Comfrey ignored Nick's calls and text messages that night while she worked on the day's vlog post. She rose early the next morning and milked the goats, returned the milk to her fridge, then headed out of town to see her client and review the landscaping plan she had created for them. What she wanted to do was stay buried under her blankets in bed and binge watch a couple seasons of Friends, thus playing like Bim. But life wasn't going to stop just because her love life was an illusion. Her cell phone buzzed in her pocket repeatedly, but when she left the client's house, she only returned the messages from Adeline about the bridal shower the next day. She didn't delete Nick's messages, but she didn't read any of them either. She headed for her farm again, needing the solitude, needing inspiration, and goaty attention. She parked near the goat pens and climbed out. The animals all wandered her direction, even though she didn't have their food dishes handy, and she petted all of the goat and sheep heads that were extended her direction. They had pretty well eaten through this section of the meadow, so she took an hour to take down the netting from the previous section they had been in and put it up in the next paddock area she wanted them in, then shifted them to the new space. When she opened the gate she had created between the two, the animals happily trotted into the new space, anxious to get to work on the new plants. Comfrey retrieved a shovel and hand pruners and began clearing out the few plants left in the area where they had just been, scarred up the ground a little to accept seed, then broadcast seeds for plants that would create a more well-rounded diet for them the next time they were there. She turned her attention to the field they would shift to next. She kept their paddocks relatively small so they would eat everything available rather than picking and choosing. She cleared about a third of it from plants that would make the milk taste funny, and shifted the fence from the area they had just moved out of. When she finished, it was well past dinner time and she was exhausted, but she still didn't know what to do about the city's refusal to let her keep the animals. "Don't you feel like you're wasting your time?" Comfrey had seen Nick's car pull up beside hers several minutes earlier and knew he had been watching her from only 10 feet away, but she hadn't acknowledged him. She debated about whether or not to answer him before she finally did, though she didn't look his direction. "I needed some hard work. Besides, I'll get the city to change their minds, somehow. This is where I'm going to be living before another year passes. And I'll have livestock. There's nothing you or my parents can say to change that." He wandered over, his hands in his pockets. "I never said I wanted to change that. The list of things you never said is plenty long. Look, I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry that I didn't come right out and tell you the first time I talked to you. I should have let you know right away that your parents sent me here to convince you to move back to Boston, but I couldn't do it." "Why, did someone threaten you if you told me?" "No, but you wouldn't have given me the time of day." "You're right, I wouldn't have." Nick took her by the arm and gave a little tug, trying to turn her to face him. "And I needed to spend time with you. So my dad would believe that you had at least tried?" Apparently, giving up on getting her to face him, he moved to stand in front of her. "No, because I needed to figure out what really happened last time, to see for myself that it would never have worked between us, that you really did need different things than me. I needed to find out if you had been right to take off like that. I needed it. For me. And I couldn't do that if you wouldn't give me the time of day." "Great. Glad that you got your questions answered. Too bad you had to turn my life upside down to manage it." She pulled from his grasp and tugged one of the fencing spikes out of the ground, shifting it to pull the fencing tight and drove it back into the sod. "I wasn't trying to hurt you." "Of course not. Well, it doesn't matter. I told Mom to get lost, and I'm going to tell you the same thing. I don't need people in my life who are just going to throw me into turmoil. This is what I want." She met his gaze for the first time. "I thought you could see that. You even helped me collect signatures for my petition, but I suppose you only did that to convince me that you cared, all the while certain that it wouldn't do any good. Well, congratulations, you won. I lost. I thought the petition would work. I had no idea that the city would refuse to even consider an exception for you. You could try again, suggest specific criteria for when animals would be allowed, X number of contiguous acres, proximity to unincorporated areas, something." Comfrey continued shoving posts into the soil, building the next paddock while they spoke, needing the outlet for her frustration. Tears stung her eyes, wanting to fall, but she refused to let him see how much she was hurting. "I'll figure out something. It'll be fine. But you don't need to worry about it anymore. We're through. You can go back home, tell everyone you did your best, but that I'm mule-headed and impossible to deal with." He stopped behind her, putting his hand over hers where she had grasped the next spike. "You are sometimes mule-headed and impossible to deal with, so that shouldn't be difficult for anyone to believe, but you're also this shining star who lights up my life and makes it so much brighter. You crack me up and intrigue me. You give back to your community and are passionate, and not just about your animals and future farm." She turned her head and looked up at him, doing her best to glare, but afraid she was failing. "And this is supposed to change my mind. How? Comfrey, I love you. I want you back in my life, but I realize that you can't move back to Boston, not only because of this dream you're building here, but because your parents may never accept who you are and what you want. I do accept you." "Sure, you do. That's why you've been lying to me." "Just about what brought me here to begin with. Everything else is exactly the way I said. I have been meeting with a company here as we've gone back and forth on contracts, and I've spent a lot of time working on other contracts. You're important to me, Chance. Please don't push me away." "It's Comfrey, and it's not like you'll be here much longer anyway. Just, I trusted you, Nick, and you were lying to me. Maybe they were lies of omission, but that didn't make it any better." "I love you, Comfrey. I never really stopped, and I have to wonder if I ever will. Losing you the first time, you have no idea how devastated I was. I couldn't find you. I didn't even know if you were alive or if something had happened to you. I barely slept for weeks. I didn't date for over a year, and those women could never fill your shoes. I know I screwed up, okay? I get it. But I did it because I needed to be able to figure out what happened to us. I was starting to wonder if I should just give up on dating, if there was something wrong with me. I needed that, okay? And you denied me the chance to figure out what really happened when you left me. They stood in silence for several seconds. She was shocked by what he'd said, so she didn't kick him out the moment he stopped talking, which seemed to give him courage to continue. I told your parents up front that this was a mistake, that you would never go back because of me, that it sounded like you were happy here and something was going to have to change if they wanted you back. Yeah? Did it make a difference? Of course not, because they don't believe they've done anything wrong and probably never will. I never expected to take you back to Boston. I knew if you wanted to be there, you would be. I just wanted to figure out what happened to us. I found out that we still work. That connection, it's still there. I know we have distance problems and other issues we have to figure out, but this is me, the same guy you said you could barely stand to leave. She repositioned a couple more fence spikes, but the anger had left her now. Mostly, she was trying to figure out how she felt about everything. He was right about everything. She would never have let him come around if she had known why he was there. They did connect on so many levels, and she had been distraught when she left him, and for a long time afterward. She hadn't been fair when she left him, not to either of them. Looking back with perspective, she could see that it had been a mistake. The way she had ended things had been cruel and unnecessary. She had handled it all badly. So how could she refuse to let him off the hook under these circumstances? I can't claim that I haven't made mistakes with us. It was the most she could admit at the moment, but she would think about it more later. The relief on his face was huge. No more secrets, okay? I'll even come clean about how much I love your hair and the way it plays into my fantasies. His voice had turned playful now, as if he was trying to tease a smile out of her. As usual, it worked, even if it wasn't at full wattage. Things were not perfect with them, but she was willing to see where things would go before he left her for Boston. I don't think I want to know about that. Could I get a hand with this fence? It's really a two-person job. Sure. Nick took the stack of spikes from her, and she began untangling and driving them in much faster than before. You told your mother to get lost? He asked after a few minutes. Yes, she walked into my place in the middle of the business day, insulted my perfect cottage, insulted my career, told me that you had been here on assignment, and got after me for taking a business call when I had company. I snapped and told her that if she wanted to be part of my life, she would have to start accepting me and my choices. Until then, she wasn't welcome. I handed her purse over and directed her toward the door. She still couldn't believe she had actually done it. Whoa, I didn't know if you'd ever have the guts to do that. I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself. Oh, sure. When I stand up against you, I'm mule-headed, but when it's my parents, you're proud. They aren't at all the same thing. You rarely have any trouble telling me how it is and where to go, but you've never required your parents to treat you with respect, so they don't. She shot a hard glare at him. Wait, it was her fault that they treated her like a doll instead of a person? You're making me mad again. It's really hard to change habits, like ignoring barbs from well-meaning but thoroughly misguided parents, instead of standing up for yourself. I'm here, aren't I? Building my own future despite what they wanted for me. Yes, but you ran away 4 years ago. You didn't stand up for yourself like you did this time. That's different. She hadn't considered that before. Maybe it is. You want to grab some dinner? Catch a movie? Comfrey considered. I have the wedding tomorrow, which Tony is taking me to, and I have to help set up for the reception tonight. It could take quite a while. Need an extra set of hands? I'm happy to help out. Relieved he didn't make an issue of her wedding date with Tony, she smiled. I'm sure Adeline wouldn't turn you away. They worked together comfortably for the next half hour before splitting off to clean up before going to help set up for the wedding. She would just get sweaty again, but at least she wouldn't stink from working on the farm when she arrived. Things with Nick were better, but not back to the way they had been before. That was hardly surprising. He couldn't be pleased about her date the next night. He would be going back to Boston soon, which left them at an impasse. She wondered how long it would be before her father gave up and brought Nick back to the office. She already missed him. Chapter 17. Maddie's wedding was perfect for her. The day was gorgeous and bright, even if it was rather hot. The yard was stunning, and Maddie looked absolutely beautiful as they sat in an upstairs guest room getting ready for the ceremony. "You're lucky to have so much love and support. I don't know anyone who deserves it more." Comfrey detangled a few hairs from Maddie's veil, a little wistful when she thought about the wedding she never had. "I don't know. I think Piper's a pretty close second," Maddie said. "You better believe it," Piper added. "Well, okay then. Maybe we all deserve massive amount of happiness." Comfrey smiled despite the war and confusion raging in her own heart at the moment. She still didn't have a clue how she was going to get the city council to see things her way. And Nick would be leaving any day now. After the way she had kicked her mom out of the cottage, Comfrey was surprised Nick hadn't already been called home. She relegated that worry to the back of her mind. Now was time for celebration, not maudlin fears for the future. Adeline opened the door and poked her head inside. "Are you ready? Ben is waiting for you with the minister, and everyone is seated." Maddie squeezed Piper's and Comfrey's hands and nodded. "Let's do this, ladies." It was hard not to be happy for someone who was so happy. Donning the cheer surrounding her, Comfrey followed the others down the stairs, through the beautifully renovated kitchen, and out onto the grass, where the groomsmen waited in their dark tuxes. Adeline took a moment to tell everyone what order they would be going in, and the procession began. Comfrey did her best to block out thoughts of the wedding she had nearly had with Nick, of the flowers and music she had chosen, the food and decor that had been her mother's choice, or the huge group of people who had been invited to the country club event, all of whom her mother had to notify about the cancellation of the wedding. She thought of the years she had been without Nick and how much she had missed him, of how much she loved being with him again. After the ceremony and dinner, there was dancing. As Tony pulled her onto the floor for the second dance, she heard the opening notes for Bruno Mars' song, "Marry You." She and Nick had danced to that at a friend's engagement party when they had been dating for 9 months. At the end, he had pulled out the ring and offered it to her on the dance floor. He didn't make a spectacle of them or get down on one knee, but she would have hated that in such a public forum, especially since the party was for someone else. It had been perfect, sweet, surprising, and just a little dramatic. She felt almost guilty dancing it with Tony now, though it had been years. She must have been more pensive than she had intended because Tony leaned in. "Quarter for your thoughts. I'm not sure they're worth that much." "You've been awfully quiet. Is something going on?" "I'm just enjoying the dance." "You've been quiet all day, Comfrey. What's going on?" She wasn't sure how much to say, what to admit to, or even fully how she felt. "It's been an eventful week." "Yes. Have you decided what to do about your property yet?" "No. I'll figure it out in a little while. I probably just need a little time and sleep." "Sleep is always good." He swayed with her for a little longer, then drew her off the patio and into the garden, which was quieter and fragrant. "This pensiveness isn't only about your property, is it?" He took her hands in his, so she had to look at him. No, she hadn't wanted to say it, but it was true. "You're still in love with Nick, aren't you?" When she didn't answer, feeling like a heel, he nodded in acceptance. "I'm sorry, Tony. I was going to tell you tonight, I just didn't want to ruin the party for you." "I'm sorry, too. You're really special, and I love doing things with you. I guess I knew the first time I saw you two together that you weren't finished with each other. I just hoped I was wrong." "He'll be going back to Boston soon. It's not like we have a future." She said it because she had to, not as an excuse to keep dating him, because she wouldn't do that to a guy as nice as Tony. "Maybe you should think about what you really want and see if there's any way to get it." "I can't move back to Boston. I have to be true to myself, authentic. And being with Nick, in the kind of life that my parents live, wouldn't be the authentic me. Does that mean there's no in between place where you could both be happy? Not that I want you to be with him, but if you're not going to be with me, then I want you to be happy. Maybe you can be with him and still be authentically you. You just have to figure out how to do it. She brushed her lips over his cheek. You're an amazing guy, Tony. I know. I just wish the right girl would see it. His grin was self-deprecating, but Comfrey hoped he knew she was being serious. You should be with the one you love, he reiterated. That's a lot easier when the one you love wants the other things you want from life. Have you asked him what he wants? Had she? Not really. It seemed like she just assumed what he wanted, that it hadn't changed. I'll think about that. She looked at their linked hand. What does that mean for tonight? That we'll have a great time, dance a little, mingle, and eat a lot, and when I drop you home, that will be the end of dating for the two of us. It has been fun, though, hasn't it? Oh, yeah. Tony gave her hand a tug, leading her back to the party. Sad about the ending of something that had been fun, but also surprisingly relieved, Comfrey followed and allowed herself to go along with his plans for the evening. Comfrey and Nick spent time together every evening that week. On Monday night, he told her that he had been recalled, but he had asked to use his vacation time instead. Apparently, he'd had to call in some favors, but he had stayed. Still, he only had 2 weeks before he had to return to work, so they were making the most of it. Her mother hadn't called all week, and aside from a very brief email from her father saying how disappointed they were in her, she hadn't heard from him either. Though it cut deep that the people who had raised her couldn't understand her, or maybe didn't even want to try, she did her best not to think about it. After all, dealing with their total disappointment while she lived the life that made her happy was still easier than being cut by inches every time they got together. And she fell short, despite doing everything she could to please them. She knew they loved her, just not the way she needed them to. The longer things continued with Nick, the more she loved him, the harder it was to think of him leaving. But they knew time was short, so she took advantage of what was given to her. Friday evening, as they were setting up in Jason's backyard for Piper's wedding the next day, Comfrey busied herself tying bows that had come loose on the back of the chair covers. How are things going? Adeline asked, as she brought over another armful of folding chair covers. This is going great. Things on my property, not so much. I received a notice to get the animals off in the next 30 days. I don't know what to do. I'm surprised it took them so long. I've thought a lot about your situation. Adeline grabbed a few of the covers from the stack and started covering the chairs in the next row. I'm wide open for anyone's thoughts. Have you considered leaving the city? Anger flashed over her. Wasn't Adeline her friend? You mean go back to Boston? No. Adeline laughed slightly as she said it. I mean taking your property out of the city limits. You're already surrounded on 3 sides by county. You don't have any city services out there yet. You're already planning to rely mostly on solar panels and water catchment for power and water. Why not go all the way with those instead? Or put in a rural water meter? It's more expensive, but if you can get them to de-annex your property, then you would be free to do all of the things you had planned. That option had never occurred to her. Will they let me do that? It's been done before. There's only one way to find out. Hope fluttered like hummingbird wings in her heart.
Nick looked up when he heard Comfrey laughing with Adeline across the yard. It had been a few days since he had heard her laugh openly. She had been weighed down by worries, but she wouldn't talk about them. Last table, Reese said as he passed one more round down to Nick and Jason. I can't believe Adeline figured out how to fit so many in here without making them feel totally crowded, Nick said. She's amazing like that. Jason gave a shrug, as if she had been born that way. There's some incredible women, Nick pointed out. They are at that. How much longer are you in town? Reese asked Nick. I don't know. I have 1 more week of vacation saved up, and then I'll have to go back. I keep hoping things will come clear between now and then, and I'll figure out how to fix this situation. I thought you were here for work. Oh, I was, but they recalled me to work last weekend after Chance sent her mom packing. I wasn't ready to say goodbye, so I arranged to take leave. You've been working for her father, right? Reese asked. Yeah. What ensued was the strangest business conversation. He almost felt like he was being interviewed, except that they were busy setting up chairs and helping to haul around the heavier items, which would have made it the oddest interview he had ever been involved with. While the women messed with some snacks inside and the others were walking in, Reese beckoned Nick to the side. Have you thought about moving to Crystal Creek? Only 100 times a day since I saw her again. I've been putting in resumes and even considered starting my own firm, but I haven't decided what to do yet. We're about to hire a new contract lawyer. Jason showed me the contract you tweaked up for his business. It's good work, plain, easy to read, very little doublespeak, but tight. Just the way I like my contracts. Are you serious? Yeah. He pulled a card from his pocket and scrawled something on the back. Go in and talk to Gary on Monday. I'll drop him a note to let him know. He'll go over the job duties and employment package, and you can think about what you want to do. If you want a word for Stone Enterprises, I'll put in a good work for you. I have a little pull there. He grinned at the understatement since he was the CEO. Nick was stunned. Really? Really? How does that sound? Great, so great. Even if we can't come to terms, I really appreciate you thinking of me. Hey, Comfrey has been amazing for Piper in the community garden. Your work is good. We want to keep her around, and it's plain to see you two are crazy about each other. Almost as much in love as me and Piper. Reese grinned in contentment. Almost. He wondered, though, if Comfrey felt the same way, or if, like before, she was going along with what other people wanted from her. She hadn't said that she loved him. Was this all a mistake? 18, Nick shook hands with Gary, the director of HR at Stone Enterprises. The interview had gone better than Nick had hoped, and he had been given paperwork with the terms for the job to look over at home. He only had a few days left before he had to return to Boston, either to work his final month at Huxley Cosmetics or to return to his normal routine, after saying goodbye to Comfrey forever. He didn't want to say goodbye. He would far rather move to Crystal Creek to be with her. But first, he needed to be sure that they had a future together before he made such a huge move. Though she had said that everything was okay again after he explained about what had happened with her parents, he wasn't sure she really believed it. He couldn't make a decision like this until he knew where they stood. Having her walk away from him with only a couple of months until the wedding had been by far the most difficult thing he'd been through. Finding out, after he had rearranged his life for her, that she wasn't serious about them would break him. He checked his watch and decided that, since it was nearly lunchtime, this might be his best chance to draw her away from her computer or her animals or wherever she might be. He changed into something more casual before he drove to her house. Her car was missing from the driveway, so he turned the corner and headed for her property on the outskirts of town. Nick found Comfrey forking wood chips from a pile at the end of the garden area into a wheelbarrow. Do you ever stop? She looked tired, her face red from exertion in the summer heat and humidity. Stopping is tantamount to giving up, and giving up is for wimps. How long have you been out here? Since the morning milking. Comfrey checked her watch. About 4.5 hours. She was going to have a heat stroke, working like this in the August heat. Telling her that she was being foolish wouldn't be helpful, though, so he bit back the words of censure and instead grabbed the pitchfork to halt her progress when she finished emptying it into the wheelbarrow the next time. Why don't you take a lunch break? We can go into town and get something to eat, drink something cool, and rest for a while before you get on with your afternoon plans. She tugged on the pitchfork but couldn't pull it from his hand. After a few seconds, she nodded. You're right. It has been a very full morning. I'm not really presentable for most restaurants. No problem. I was thinking of somewhere laid back. We'll save the black tie restaurants for another time. She pulled a face. Let's go to my place. I have stuff for sandwiches. Let me spread this first, and then we can head out. I was nearly done for the day. I do need to spend some time on my computer this afternoon. I can help with that. He took the wheelbarrow and rolled it to the spot she indicated, dumped it, and then picked up a flat-bladed shovel nearby to help spread it while she used the garden rake. It only took a few minutes with the two of them working together, but Nick was a sweaty mess when they finished. The humidity had to be near 80%, and the temperatures were soaring into the mid-90s. Did he really want this life? He leaned on the shovel and watched her finessing some chips around one of the small trees she had planted that spring so they protected the ground without touching the trunk. She turned her face up to him and smiled, a smudge of dirt on her cheek, her hair pulled back from her face in a ponytail, no makeup, sweat popping up all over. She looked unbelievably happy. Yeah, this was exactly what he wanted. The farm thing wasn't really him, but he wasn't afraid of hard work. The animals were kind of fun, and he had to admit that eating at her place, which they sometimes managed to do, was terrific with all of her homegrown veggies. He had thought several times about how it would feel to lose the prestige of the job in Boston. It would be a great stepping stone to something bigger down the road, or even to joining a law firm where he could make more money. On the other hand, Stone Enterprises was a smaller company, less known, thus less prestige. There would be less money, but that wasn't really a big deal considering the difference in the cost of living. And he would be here with Comfrey, which would be worth a much bigger step down, career-wise, than he would be taking. Plus, he was getting tired of the office politics and being used as a pawn by the Huxleys. Nick saw Comfrey for who she was and wanted her to be happy, her kind of happy. After spending these weeks with her in Crystal Creek, he had grown accustomed to the more laid-back social events and enjoyed his friendships here so much more than with most of his friends back home. Other than his brother Eric and his parents, he wouldn't really miss anyone in Boston. Comfrey stood and brushed her hands together. "What are you staring at me for?" He reached out and wiped away the dirt from her face. "I was just thinking about how much I love being here with you." He turned his fingers to take her chin and pull her closer for a kiss. He only meant it to be a light brush of lips, but once their lips met, he lingered for a long moment, brushing their mouths back and forth, then sliding in for more as he shifted his hand to the back of her neck and moved in closer. He vaguely heard the sound of Comfrey's tools hitting the ground a moment before her arms came around his back, pulling him in and joining him in the kiss, which grew more fervent every second. They stood there in the hot August sun, dragonflies buzzing around them, and wild flowers dancing in the light breeze for a moment that felt like an eternity. How had he ever fooled himself into believing that he had stopped loving her? That he ever could stop? Finally, after only a minute or two, he pulled back a few inches, lightening the kiss and lingering for a few final seconds as he willed himself to get it under control. "Whoa." Her voice was hoarse and breathy. "Yeah." He shook his head, let out a long breath. "I really missed you. I really missed you too." She ran her index finger down the dimple in his chin. "I can't believe you only have a few more days here." He wanted to tell her that he might be staying longer, that he might move there, that he never wanted to leave her, but he wanted to give her something more concrete if he could, so he held back, waiting for confirmation before sharing his news. "Come on, let's get some lunch." He released her to gather the tools she had been using, loading them into the wheelbarrow. After dropping them off in the garden shed, they each got into their own vehicles and headed back into town. Nick liked Comfrey's place. He could understand why she had said her mother didn't approve, but her mother was a snob. He loved how it just shouted who Comfrey was, comfortable and cozy with roots to the land, and little touches of the trust fund kid she was, shown by the big screen television, the whimsical baccarat butterflies on her mantel, and the Mercedes out front. She was all of those things, and none of them at the same time. Comfrey disappeared into her bedroom for several minutes to get cleaned up, and though she hadn't had time for a full shower, she looked much cooler and more relaxed with her face washed and hair combed. She had never been quite as focused on appearance as some of their peers, though she had always looked nice and appropriate for every situation. He sat at the table, dealing with some email from work when she came back in. "What's going on?" Just work email. You'd think I would be able to actually take a break when I'm taking some personal time. What have you been doing with your free time here anyway? Aren't you getting bored while I'm working? No, I've been using the gym to work out, catching up on some reading, and I plan to go golfing tomorrow. You lawyers and your golf. It's where all of the real work happens. This was by no means the norm in his area of law, but there was still some truth to it. We all know how important your backswing can be. She started unloading meat, cheese, and veggies from the fridge onto the table. True. Do you have clubs anymore? I have them. They haven't been used for a couple years. I'd offer to let you borrow them tomorrow, but I know you'll be happier with a rented pair that are more suited to your height. You care to join me on the golf course? We could go out after you take care of the goats. I don't know. Come on, you liked golf. I know you like to be the rebel and not do anything your parents wanted you to do, but can't you be a rebel who golfs? She laughed as she untwisted the mayonnaise lid. Fine. Yes, I really did like it, and it would be nice to take a break from working on the farm. He let a moment pass before asking the question that had been on his mind for the past week. What happens if you can't get the city to agree to the de-annexation? Comfrey picked up the butter knife and fiddled with the handle for a moment before answering. If I can't get them to budge for me at all, then I'll have to either change my plans for the property and sell the goats and sheep, or I'll have to sell the property and buy a different one. I'm trying not to get my hopes up while I wait for their verdict, but I've put so much of my hopes and dreams into this property in the past year, I don't want to give it up. She started spreading the mayo on bread. He wanted her to have everything she dreamed of. He just wished he could be sure that he fit into her plans as easily as she seemed to fit into his. If you had to move, any chance you would be willing to find some property closer to me? Her eyes flashed to his face. I thought you weren't on my parents' side about this anymore. You know I can't move back to that life. I wasn't talking about that life. I was talking about adapting the way you want to live to a different zip code. You can't tell me there isn't farmland nearer to Boston. I've built a life here, and I built a life there. He wasn't entirely sure why he didn't just tell her that he had interviewed with Stone, except maybe he wanted to know that she cared about him enough to at least consider making a sacrifice for their relationship. She didn't have to make the change, but shouldn't she at least take a moment's pause to consider what she would give up to make them work if she cared at all? She stared at her hands for a moment before returning to work. We never said this was going to go anywhere. We knew that there was a distance barrier from the beginning. Things have been good between us. I know. Sadness filled her expression as she continued to put together the sandwiches, though she did so with considerably less gusto than she had started out with. He let the silence draw out between them, hoping for something more. Some indication that she would miss him even half as much as he would miss her when he had to leave again, even if it was just for a little while. Though he tried to lighten the conversation after that, there was definitely a pall in the room.
19. The morning had started off cooler than usual, but 90% humidity and temperatures in the upper 60s was still sweat-inducing and uncomfortably warm long before Comfrey and Nick finished their round of golf. Still, Comfrey was surprised at how much she was enjoying herself. She hadn't golfed since arriving in Crystal Creek, mostly out of rebellion, just as Nick had suggested, though she hadn't thought of it like that before. It had taken her most of the previous day to realize that she wasn't hurting anyone but herself by refusing to use the clubs that she had brought with her from storage in Boston once she finally decided where she wanted to settle. Not that she would go out often, but it was nice to take a quiet morning with the sun shining on her head and nothing more strenuous going on than swinging a club now and then. She treasured the time with Nick, especially since she knew he would have to go home soon. Home. That word, when applied to Boston, was bittersweet. It had been her home, a place she loved and hated at the same time. There had been days when she had enjoyed her dad's company or was okay with the way her parents had steered her where they wanted her to go. For example, the day the matchmaker hooked her up with Nick. She had fallen hard and fast, which had surprised no one as much as it had surprised herself. Though she had dated in college with an eye towards someone who might make a good life partner, she hadn't felt more than a crush on any of them that lasted a few months at most. They just hadn't been quite right. And then she'd had Nick, and he had been everything to her. Until she left. She left, and she couldn't go back, no matter how much her parents and Nick wanted her to. No matter that it was going to break her heart into a million pieces when he left her again, and he would. Their lives and dreams were still too different to make things work. She had known when he showed up on her doorstep that he would break her heart when he left. There was no question in her mind that was still true. She already felt it breaking a little every time they had to part, knowing they were closer to when they would have to end things for real. Long-distance relationships could work for a while, if it was going to come to an end eventually, but she didn't see how their lives could meet up for more than visits. For now, she would enjoy it while it lasted, and create memories to treasure when it was over. She enjoyed the heat and humidity, the sounds of his laughter, and buzzing of cicadas all around them. They grabbed lunch, and then he followed her back to her place so they could work quietly together on their computers. A couple hours passed before Nick's phone rang, and he took the call on the front porch. She wondered who it could be that he didn't want her to overhear. Was there someone else back in Boston? But no, surely, he wouldn't have let her parents bully him into coming here to her, wouldn't kiss her the way he did if he had someone else. The call didn't last long, but she thought she heard him tell the person thanks so much, and he would come in to fill out the paperwork. She felt unsettled, even more than before, and turned her focus back to her computer. His work was his work, and he would be in Boston in a few days. No doubt he was planning to handle whatever that was then. He returned to his computer, smiling. Comfrey pretended not to notice. Nearly an hour later, Comfrey stood and stretched out her back. She had been sitting for too long and needed to move her muscles. Plus, her stomach was starting to protest the length of time it had gone without food. It's nearly dinner time. I make a mean linguine if you want to eat in tonight. Nick clicked a few more keys on his laptop, then shut the case. I bet you have all the ingredients. You're going to cook? I thought we could cook together. He stood and moved toward her, wrapping a hand around each of her elbows and drawing her close for a kiss. Her head spun. Between his offer to cook with her and the sweet intensity of the kiss, she wasn't sure which way was up. You cook? She managed when he let her come up for air. Man cannot live on takeout alone. You didn't used to say that. Yes, but it's been a few years, and there are nights when I don't want to go out or deal with other people. Besides, being able to cook something, anything that's simple and elegant, is a good way to impress women, usually. She felt a ripple of disquiet run through her at that comment. It wasn't like she expected him to turn his back on all women after she left him. Still, she didn't like the idea of him cooking for other women. And how stupid was that? I'm withholding judgment. We'll see how impressed I am after I see it for myself. Light, simple, easy. She repeated those words in her head, reminding herself that she didn't want to complicate things, that their time together would be brief. Nick was unexpectedly good in the kitchen. He managed the vegetables, oils, and pasta like a champ. She sliced and stirred when directed, but mostly let him run the show, curious about how he would bring it all together. Can't you just see us doing this every night? Nick asked after they had finished discussing the relative merits of Donald Duck versus Daffy Duck. Nick, please don't. Don't what? Tell you that I enjoy spending time with you? That looking up and seeing you working across the room feels right? That laughing together and tossing pasta seems like the kind of thing we could do every night? Because all of that is true. I'm not moving back to Boston. Her words were sharper than she had intended, but they had been over this. Why wouldn't he let it go? I didn't say that. You keep hinting that you want us to keep seeing each other, to be together. Yeah, don't you want that? Of course, but I'm not moving back to Boston, so you can tell my parents where they can stick it. Hadn't they hashed this over and over? I didn't ask you to move to Boston. Yesterday you did. She shoved the green salad a few inches away on the countertop. I honestly thought we were past this whole thing where you tried to get me to go back to my parents and be their little girl. But no, it's still your whole focus. It is not. It is. Frustration flashed through her. How many times did they have to have this conversation? I can't move back there. I can't. You could if you wanted. We could make it work. I wish we could, but honestly, besides the business I've been building for myself here, and I would have to start practically from scratch with a move. I couldn't just go on like I am here. Mom and Dad would never allow me to live my life on my terms if I were close to them. They would be into every nook and cranny, micromanaging, picking it apart, and telling us how we were falling short of their expectations. They would. So why can't you just let it go? I didn't say anything about you moving there. Not today. Really? You're ready to leave your job, move to Kansas, and start over? You'd give up everything to be with me? Because I don't see it, which means it's all about what my father wants when you ask questions like that. His jaw bunched and clenched as he stared at her for a long moment, anger blazing in his eyes before he banked it. You couldn't be more wrong. That phone call was from Stone Enterprises. I was going to surprise you over dinner to tell you that they offered me a job, and I was going to take it. For you. For us. Because I want to be with you more than I want anything else. I was just hoping you would indicate that you wanted to be with me too. I guess you really don't trust me, though. If you could think, after everything we've been through, that I'm still planning to fall in line with your father's machinations, then we have bigger problems than the distance between here and Boston. He turned and looked out the window toward her backyard. I can't believe I let myself fall for you again after you broke my heart the first time. Comfrey stared while silence stretched between them. Was he serious? He had been planning to move to be near her, and she had made all those nasty comments, hurt him. She could tell she'd hurt him. It was in his eyes. Nick carefully set aside the spoon he had been using to stir the pasta with. I'm not hungry anymore. Take the pasta off the stove in another minute or two. Good night. He gathered his things and walked out. Comfrey let him, mostly because she couldn't form words or thoughts. When her brain started to kick back in, she realized she had been 10 times the fool she had ever thought she could be. He had been willing to change his whole life to be with her, and she hadn't even been willing to listen. Was she just destined to destroy every good thing in her life? 20 Comfrey finished putting together the pasta, but she couldn't make herself eat. Instead, she stashed the food in the fridge and cleaned up the kitchen. Then she grabbed a few things and went out to take care of the evening chores at the farm. Maybe a few hours of hard work would make her brain function again. When she dropped into bed that night, she still hadn't eaten. Her body was crying out for food, but she just couldn't muster any interest in it. She slept that night. Not well and not deep, but she managed some sleep, though her dreams were filled with Nick. Getting him, losing him, hugging him, kisses that seemed to burn her soul. She loved him, didn't she? He was actually willing to move out to Kansas to accommodate her lifestyle. Maybe it was his turn to devastate her instead of the other way around. It seemed that no matter how good they were together, something always seemed to intrude. 2 days passed, and they still hadn't spoken. Missing him more than she had thought possible, Comfrey got in her car and headed for Nick's hotel. She knocked on the door to his room, but no one answered. She walked down to the front desk and spoke to a perky blonde. Hi, I'd like to leave a message for Nick Belmont in room 304. The woman's brow furrowed, and she clicked a few buttons. I'm sorry, but he checked out yesterday. Checked out? He wasn't supposed to do that until the next morning. Comfrey thanked the woman and returned to her car. He was gone. She hadn't told him she loved him, and he was gone. Comfrey went through the motions, dealing with yard work, the animals, her vlog, touching up her website, and finishing work on a client's design. She taught the women from the shelter and worked in the community garden with the other women. And she got what she wanted from the city, the de-annexation she had been pursuing. The forms to request a building permit from the county sat on her dining table, but she didn't do anything with them. How could she when her heart felt like it was in at least a dozen pieces? She went to the garden Tuesday afternoon, tugging on some weeds in the common plots that she and the other organizers had planted for donation to the food pantry. Adeline showed up first, walking over from the city offices, though she had changed out of her usual office attire into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. It hadn't taken her long to realize that gardening and her nice clothes didn't mix. "Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. I heard they approved to have your property removed from the city limits. I haven't seen the final paperwork on it yet, though. You must be chomping at the bit." Yeah, except she hadn't filed the final paperwork because she hadn't made up her mind about any of it. "What's wrong? Do you miss Nick?" In a nutshell, yes. I always knew I would. It must be hard. I can't imagine if I had to be separated from Jason now after everything we've been through. She glanced down at her left hand and the diamond that had taken up residence shortly after Piper's wedding. "I'm happy for the two of you. You're the perfect couple." Finding out that Jason and Adeline had finally gotten together just seemed to pour salt into the wound in her heart, but she wouldn't show it. She was happy for Adeline. Come on, there's no such thing as the perfect couple, just couples who love each other and are willing to work really hard to make the relationship stick, to be happy together. It's not worth it if you can't be happy. Exactly. A moment passed in comfortable silence as they worked, hand-picking small weeds and setting them on the mulch to dry out. It was as if Adeline was just waiting for Comfrey to speak. So she did. She unloaded everything on her friend. How she had been sure that he was just trying to get her to move back to please her father. How she had fallen heart over bucket for him all over again. How happy being with him made her. And how he had left in a huff because she ruined everything. He was going to move here to be with me, and all I could think with every hint about our future was that he was still trying to get me back to Boston with my parents who would do their utmost to control our lives. I was not fair to him. "Do you love him?" Adeline's voice was soft and probing. "If he really was willing to move here to be near you, would you want to make it work?" "Yes, I love him. And if I could have him here, anywhere my parents weren't around, really, but here especially, then yeah, I'd do anything to make it work." "Did you tell him that?" Comfrey picked a few ripe tomatoes from the plant nearest to her. No, she was a fool. "Why not? What's keeping you apart other than your pride?" "Part of me is still worried that if I get back with him, I'll lose a part of myself, part of who I've become." A throat cleared behind them, and Comfrey looked over her shoulder to see Andrea, one of the shelter women, standing there with her 2-year-old son. "Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Are you saying that you are afraid that being with Nick will cause you to lose part of what makes you authentically you?" Comfrey smiled a little, recognizing the word from the pep talk she had given the women a couple of weeks earlier. "I guess that's it. How can loving someone who loves you, who honors you, and is willing to move halfway across the country to be with you, make you lose part of your authentic self? We all have to change a little to make a relationship work. But if they are your partner, someone who supports your dreams, then you aren't losing part of yourself. You're growing to become something better. At least, that's how it was with me and Gary. Yes, you give up a small part of your individuality to become part of a couple. Then you become authentically you inside this new couple you've created together. If you really love him, why would you give up a chance for that?" Tears sprang to Comfrey's eyes. Andrea had lost so much when her husband died. Even now, 2 years later, her pain was nearly palpable. "Thank you. You're welcome." She knelt down at the next row over and began weeding her plot while her son hit 2 sticks together. "It's not an either-or situation, you know," Adeline said. "You don't have to totally give up Channing in order to be Comfrey. You can be parts of both women. You are parts of both women. That's what makes you who you are. Obviously, Nick loves you, the mix of both women, not just one side of you, or he would never have considered moving here." Adeline and Andrea's words echoed through Comfrey's head for the next hour while they weeded and picked, and others showed up to help them or work on their own plots. The sun beat down, and the humidity had Comfrey's clothes dripping with sweat, and her heart started to piece back together. When she needed to go out to take care of the goats for the night, she turned to Adeline and Jason. Hey, can you do me a favor? I need to take off for a few days. I can leave the moms and babies together, so you won't have to do any milking. I'll move them to a new paddock so they'll have fresh forage. But someone will need to pop over to check on them and the water levels. Could you do that for me? I could do that, a male voice said from behind her. She turned to see Tony, beautiful, sweet Tony. Hi. Hi, I know where everything is. I wouldn't mind checking in on everyone out there and topping off the water if needed. How long are you going to be? I don't know. At least 4 days, maybe a week. I have some groveling to do. You're going to Boston? Tony asked. Yeah. She hoped that wouldn't keep him from being willing to help her out, but would understand if it did. He nodded. Good luck. I know you haven't been happy since he left. I don't know what happened between you, but I hope you can work through things. She hugged him tight. Thanks. You're pretty amazing, Tony. Sure, all the women say that. He gave her a quick squeeze before releasing her. I'll pop over and check on them morning and night until you get back. Just shoot me a text. Thanks. He really was one of the best guys she knew. Comfrey gave everyone a wave goodbye and headed home for her farm apron before going to take care of the animals. 21. Comfrey had agonized over her clothing choices when she packed her luggage for the trip and ended up bringing an extra bag just in case her parents dragged her to some social event. This was stupid. She hadn't been this crazy about what she wore in years. But then again, she rarely went home. Though she wondered if she would regret it, she called home and told her parents she was coming for a visit. It was most likely that they would hear she was in town at some point, so no reason to cause extra offense by not staying with them. She could stand a few nights, right? If not, she could always get a hotel for the rest of her stay. Though she considered heading to her parents' house to change before going to Huxley Cosmetics to see Nick, she chose to change at the airport instead and touched up her hair and makeup. She rented a car for the week, then headed toward the office she had once thought she would spend the rest of her life working in. It took some finagling to get past the front desk clerk, who didn't know her. Luckily, one of the executives greeted her as she waited at the front desk for the receptionist to verify her ID. Channing, it's good to see you. It's been years. Are you here to visit your parents, or are you back to stay? Hi, Stan. I'm only here for a few days, but I'm glad I ran into you. How is Linda? The receptionist seemed to accept that she really was Channing Huxley and returned her ID, passing over a visitor's badge as well. Comfrey took another minute or two to share social niceties with the CFO before turning down the hall to where the law division had always been. As she drew closer, her stomach grew more nervous. She felt like 100 pair of eyes were on her, and she wondered if she should have let Nick know she was coming first. But she was afraid he wouldn't see her if she gave him a heads up, and she had to speak to him. Suddenly, his comment about not wanting to tell her why he had been sent to Crystal Creek became very personal. It was nearly 5 o'clock, which meant the office would be closing soon, and he would, theoretically, be available to leave. She felt every breath rising and falling from her lungs, and it seemed that all of the world narrowed down to the receptionist who stood guard over the law division. Well, Channing Huxley, it has been a few years. Her brow furrowed. You know your dad is still up on the 10th floor, right? Of course. Comfrey smiled and asked about the man's wife and baby daughter, who was in preschool now. Holy Hannah, where had the time gone? A little surprised that Nick and her father had managed to keep the fact that he had been in Kansas with her for the past month, she felt like she could ask, I'm looking for Nick. Is he in his office? His brows knit in surprise. He had known that the two of them had been engaged at one point, having been with the company for nearly a decade now. Yes, he's in his office. Would you like me to check to see if he's free? Yes, but don't tell him it's me. I'd like to surprise him. Of course. The man looked like he thought Nick would be plenty surprised. She hoped it would be pleasantly so and not something that would cause more stress. A moment later, Harold put down his phone and directed her to Nick's door. Comfrey took a cleansing breath as she approached the office, then let it out and smiled as she pushed the door open. He sat at his desk, a phone at his ear and his hand on the keyboard. Okay, yeah, that's no problem. You'll have the final copy tonight. He glanced over at the door to see Comfrey, and his mouth stopped in the middle of opening to speak. 1 second, two. Hey, John, can I call you back if I have any questions? I just got a visitor. Thanks. She watched him hang up the phone, not taking his eyes from hers. Hi, she finally said when she could make her mouth work. Hi, come in. She did, shutting his door behind her. Look, I'm really sorry. I was stupid and unkind, and I should have told you that I love you, and I want you to move to Crystal Creek so much, if you're still willing. Leaving you the first time was the hardest thing I ever did. I probably only stuck around this place for so long because of you. I figured I could endure anything for you. Until you couldn't. It wasn't fair to you, the way that I took off, left you to deal with things without talking it over with you first. Not the way I should have. I mean, I tried, but not as hard as I should have tried. How could you understand if I didn't tell you? I couldn't. Right. She jumped in before he could say anything more, though his mouth was open to say something. I should have tried harder to explain, because you would have understood. I know that now. I didn't get it then, but I do now. And when you were in Kansas and you told me you wanted to be with me and that you were willing to move there, get another job, I should have told you that I love you and that I wanted you to do that. Because I do love you, and I do want you in my life. And I can't imagine anywhere I want to be more than with you. This wasn't coming out all smooth and coherent like she had planned, instead rushing out in a jumble. She hoped he could follow her thought pattern because she wasn't entirely sure that it made sense. But not here. She was torn, tied in knots, but she took a moment to consider what she would do if the offer for him to move there had passed. Not right away. I would need time to figure out the details, but if that was the only way I could be with you, I would do everything I could to make it work out. Massachusetts has farms, right? And I can make sure before we buy property that they'll let me keep my animals. No point going through the whole process again, if that's what we need to do. Oh, but the city is going to grant me the de-annexation, if we're going to be there to need it. A smile spread on his face, all but radiating relief. That's excellent news. But don't worry. I don't need you to sell and move here. I just needed to know that you would put us first, even if it meant an upheaval. He stood and walked around the desk to her. I barely slept that night after I left you, thinking long and hard about what I should do, what I wanted, what I would be giving up if I stayed or went. In the morning, I went into Stone Enterprises and signed a contract. I have another 3 weeks to finish up here, but I figured we could probably survive that long apart if we had to. No longer, though. The past few days have been miserable. Comfrey threw her arms around his neck and stopped, their faces only inches apart. I thought you wouldn't move to Crystal Creek because I was a jerk and didn't tell you how much I love and need you now. I decided I wouldn't let that stop me. This would be my last chance, and I was determined to convince you that we have a future together. You really love me? She murmured. More than the sun, moon, and stars combined. More than you love goat's milk soap or grass-fed non-GMO beef. More than... She cut off the words by pressing her lips to his. He was coming to Crystal Creek, and he loved her. Andrea was right. What could be more important than that? Thanks for listening to Last Chance, Book 4 in the In the Garden series. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.